We as DCN, we are more than happy having you and hosting you here in Thessaloniki. Before starting, I would like actually to present myself and also Mariana and Diana, yes. My name is Nikos Panagiotou. I'm president of DCN Global. I'm also a professor here at Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. DCN Global, it is an initiative and an organization, so I'm surrounded by women, as you can see, that I'm very fortunate to be part of this effort that it has started in 2015, and it has been flourishing based on what you're witnessing and what you will see today and tomorrow. It is based actually on the power of the network. It is based actually on the power of ideas. But most importantly, it is based on our will to do things and change things. Diana?
So I just want to say that I'm very happy that you're all here. And every time we launch a call, it's so amazing to see how many cool people want to join us. And I would focus that the biggest importance, let's say, the biggest advantage for you is to, besides, of course, we are very nice and decent, but it's to talk between you and to connect. And there are so many opportunities just from hearing where you come from and what you're doing. There are so many opportunities that can grow on, but we will talk more.
Hi everyone, good morning. It's so nice to meet you in person finally after so many mails we have exchanged. I'm even more excited this year because for this event specifically because it is held in my hometown, so excuse me for the weather. It will be like a hell today, I know, but we will be here. This event actually is based and it was inspired from an initiative that my colleagues will tell you more later. We did this year. We know that it's a global elections year. So what we will try to do is to gather all these cool people. Today we will have some panels, some keynotes in order to start figuring out what's going on based on disinformation and global trends on elections. And tomorrow we will have the opportunity to work all together in groups in order to come up with new ideas about campaigns, how to spot disinformation. It's up to you. You will have all the ideas. I'm very happy, and we will have, as Diana mentioned, we will have the time to talk, to learn more about what you are doing and how DCN can help you.
Exactly. Thank you. So we will move on, just presenting together with Diana and Mariana. We will actually discuss a little bit about the content of these 2 days. Anna, can we change it? The next slide, please. Okay. So the next. So actually, as Mariana has mentioned, that this is actually a part of our commitment in order actually to address challenges that exist. One of the most important challenges, it is the fact that we are having an election year. So from January 2024, Diana, we started actually this initiative. Diana will speak more about the initiative about elections. So from January 2024, we have launched a very specific initiative in order to discuss and address the challenges that arise from the elections, but most importantly, to address also the issues of disinformation. Why disinformation it is at the center of our attention? Because it is actually part of what we are doing, but most importantly, it is part of our effort to address disinformation that it was part actually of our main aim from the beginning of DCN Global. Anna, can we switch to the next one? So what is the background and the context? The first one, it is that the digital landscape during the elections becomes increasingly complex. We have witnessed that in 2016 elections. This resulted actually in taking measures and doing things in order as a global community to address it, because we actually realized the importance to have an informed public opinion through actually a realms of objective, let's say, or neutral at least information. The ideathon.
Yeah, so basically what we did, we started to gather information about this year, because we have a huge advantage being spread all over the world with the network, and we are connected to so many different people. And in this particular case in Thessaloniki, we want to focus on, okay, so we are a bunch of smart people doing a lot of cool things, but how can we get better organized? Because as we know, the bad guys, let's say, are very well coordinated and very well organized, or at least that's how their work says about them. So what ideas could we come up with and work together for tomorrow to prevent that, or at least to have a bit of more planning involved in what we are doing, so specifically for disinformation in elections?
Thank you, Diana. Next slide, please. So the importance of this topic, it is based on what you have actually discussed and brought it into the discussion, that we have a lot of elections and how we can actually succeed and be sure that the public will be informed regarding the main issues. How the public will stay informed, bypassing any challenges of disinformation, etc. Next slide, please. Our vision.
Yeah, DCN, as Emma mentioned, from 2015, we launched and we try to combat disinformation. We try to equip people with media literacy skills, with critical thinking. Among all our events that we do, we host events worldwide. We organize a lot of virtual trainings in order to understand, let's say, and pre-bank all the disinformation and fake news. So our vision is to create a very well-equipped, let's say, society.
Thank you. And actually, in order to do so, we want actually to stay ahead. This is why we invest a lot in most of our forums in discussing about new trends and developments. And this is what we expect from you actually to contribute to this forum. Anna, this next slide, please. So the objective actually of this ideathon are the following: to build upon ongoing initiatives like the one that we have presented from DCN Global. Secondly, to develop effective digital communication campaigns, because we need actually not only to describe the events, but actually as DCN, as we mentioned before, to do things. That's why we are using the motto Ideas in Action. And the fourth thing, it is actually to collaborate with all of you in order actually to bring global capacity into local context. Next slide. So the structure, it will be the following one. Today it's going to be like a brainstorming session. Tomorrow it will be mostly regarding the development of digital campaigns, that it will be presented and discussed, and then we will have the closure event. But when we mean closure, it is actually a call for you to action or join our community. This is why you are here, actually, because you have been considered, based on your expertise, on your work, that you can be contributors of what we are doing and be part of this larger community that expands globally. Next slide, please. So your contribution, it is actually important, and we will use some of these campaigns in order to develop them into the relevant context, as well as to include them in what we are producing as a newsletter for election. Next slide, please. So what are the expected outcomes? Firstly, to suggest innovative strategies in order to approach through a different lens and different way. Secondly, to propose practical digital campaigns that can be put in practice. This is not an academic forum. It's not a forum where we actually discuss theoretically of things. We actually want to bring closer the expertise that comes from academia or from think tanks, from organizations, etc., but how this expertise can be placed and put in practice. Next slide, please. This is the end, actually. Mariana, Diana, you want to say something else? Okay. So thank you very much for being part of this initiative, but have in mind that this is actually a first step in order to foster our collaboration and cooperation. We will go through now with the first panel that I'm moderating, so that's why I avoided. I would like to invite Emma, please, and Yanis as well. And Rito, come and sit here. Let me. With Diana. Okay. No. Okay.
We can get ready.
No. Let's sit here.
So, yeah. So before until my colleagues are preparing a short video from our colleague Sorana, just to give you a little bit of context about what we did for the elections, as Nico said. We started in January to see how we can use the network that we have around Europe in order to discuss more about what's happening and to understand more what's happening about the elections. And we started doing a monthly newsletter, which Sorana, who is 25 years old, also running the Gen Z project, she's doing every month, and she's talking about what she spots around the world. And we did online events with people from our network trying to explain what happened. Or, for example, it had a very interesting discussion about Indonesia, where we try to understand the role of AI in the election. And then we would like to with the common knowledge of everyone involved, to try to spot some patterns, but also some lessons for us to learn as activists and for change makers and people who try to change for the best the societies. And I will let you with a short message from Sorana, whenever it's ready. We need the sound. Just as a context, Sorana is also the editor-in-chief of Gen Z, which is a project that covers news for young people in Central and Eastern Europe.
Following the elections this year. Probably you know that this is the year with most elections in the history of global democracy. So it's a year with a lot of stakes, and probably after this year we're going to see a lot of changes. And from our experience, we realized that if all these elections have something in common, it's technology, disinformation, social media, and how people deal with this, the electorate and the politicians. Every month I write this newsletter looking at the trends in technology, disinformation, social media, and I always start with a personal introduction. I am also the editor of another DCN Global project called Gen Z, which is a youth media focusing on Central and Eastern Europe. So all my newsletters start with some of the background of my experience in Gen Z and how this links with all the elections that we've seen in Europe, in countries in Europe, and in countries all around the world. One common trend that I noticed working on this project is how politicians use social media and AI more and more, and especially far-right parties. They're the experts at using social media to get to a very hard-to-reach audience, young people like me. And that surprised me, definitely, because that's something that replicates in multiple countries, and it's always the far-right parties that do the best on this venue. And maybe that's something that I'd like us to learn from this experience, how we can use social media to better get to the people that we want to reach. And yes, maybe learn a thing or two from the bad guys.
Thank you. I really liked from Sorana's message because it described actually, and it is a question, what we can do, okay? So this is what it is being done from an excellent group of young people that produced a newsletter that it is very informative if someone wants to get a thorough understanding of what is happening around the globe. It builds upon our capacity as DCN Global, having a lot of local voices all across the globe, which is difficult to find it. But most importantly, it builds upon actually our consistent work in creating an informative public space. And this public space, I will actually have the honor to moderate and discuss with our panel. Let's change our... Yeah. Okay. We have with us Yannis Kotsfos, I will start it from my right, which is Director of Journalistic Union of Macedonia and Thrace of Greece, as well as in the European Federation of Journalists. We have with us Emma Lassie-Bordeaux from CNN. We have online Bilal Tairu, and we have with us as well Rita Kapoor, as well, which is a co-founder and managing director of Quint Digital Media Limited from India, as well as... No, it's not you. We have another one. No. No. And we also have another, Natalia Takova, not yet, yes, which is a project manager from Friedrich Naumann Foundation from Czech Republic. Okay. So I tried to keep a balance between online and in-present audience. Okay. So our discussion to this panel will actually discuss and present a topic about information integrity in the context of elections globally. So how do we define integrity? What is the landscape of elections globally? To what extent and how public opinion it is influenced? To what extent elections that happen in UK, in France, in all across the world, actually in India, etc., impacted the landscape? And what are the changes that we are foreseeing? I will start from Natalia. Natalia, the floor is yours. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, yes, it has been already said by... oh, is it needed? Is it needed? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So, as it has been already said, the integrity of elections faces numerous threats in this year, 2024. And instead of celebrating this democratic milestone or democratic holiday, if I may, the focus has shifted to the vulnerabilities and potential decline of democratic processes in many countries, including mine, Slovakia, which I come from, but I will talk about it a little bit later. First, a little bit general. According to my opinion, social media ubiquity and the rise of artificial intelligence, or AI if I may, present new challenges to the election integrity. And this, of course, includes deepfake videos, disinformation campaigns, technology-facilitated violence against female candidates, and of course, micro-targeting voters by exploiting their data. Misinformation and also disinformation disrupt electoral processes in various ways. It's often accompanied by threats and online harassment, targeting election officials, candidates, voters, journalists, but also fact-checkers and observers that are monitoring the elections. These issues are often more pronounced in less developed and fragile contexts, where media and digital literacy, independent media, and strong institutions might be lacking. State and non-state actors, international entities, and also PR companies who are running the disinformation campaigns actually can easily access advanced and affordable tools to disrupt the disinformation, but the information ecosystem and spread disinformation, targeting electoral processes from almost anywhere globally, basically now. Another problem is gender disinformation that I already indicated. Gender disinformation actively discourages women's participation in elections and public life also. Online attacks, disinformation, and also harassment disproportionately target female candidates, electoral officials, and again, journalists. These gender-focused attacks aims to discredit elections and often silence women's voices and democratic participation, especially online. As I already indicated, the huge problem is also AI, or artificial intelligence. AI has basically revolutionized the disinformation and propaganda playbook. These tools can now effortlessly produce false and deceptive content at little to no cost and disseminate it on a massive scale online. The online ecosystem, which serves as the primary source of information for many of us, is increasingly inundated with fabricated content that is now really hard to distinguish from reality. Deepfakes, which utilize deep learning AI to replace, alter, or mimic person in audio or video recordings, are particularly concerning due to their growing realism. There has been some improvements, I would say, but still, according to my opinion, is not sufficient. We have to realize that increasing public awareness and emphasizing media literacy must be the top priority for us. We also must fully grasp the potency and persuasiveness of AI. We also must acknowledge the ease, speed, and minimal cost at which this content can be created. We also must acknowledge that no one is immune to the deception. And if we are aware of the threat and what it's capable of, we better equip ourselves to manage it or at least soften the impact. More generally, I would say that tackling disinformation is not just a pre-election necessity, but is a continuous investment of the whole democratic process and whole democratic lifestyle. Unfortunately, some countries address disinformation only when the elections are taking place. But I would say that this is basically impossible task to do. On the other hand, luckily we have countries, for example, Finland, if I can think at least of just one, who basically chose the holistic approach and developed media literacy programs to actually help students already to distinguish between misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Combating disinformation, of course, requires a whole society effort. Governments must proactively communicate with the public, support a healthy ecosystem, and also regulate to protect democracy where is needed. Civil society also plays a crucial role in pre-banking, debunking, monitoring disinformation, and also increasing media literacy. I would also maybe mention a case of Slovakia, if I still have a few minutes. Okay, so I don't know if you follow the elections in Slovakia, but basically in Slovakia, in parliamentary elections in September 2023, disinformation basically helped to win the elections to the current government and current coalition and current ruling parties. If I may quote Viera Jourova, which said ahead of September parliamentary elections in Slovakia, the Slovak elections served as a significant indicator of the susceptibility of European elections to the multi-million euro weapon of mass disinformation employed by Moscow to interfere through online disinformation. As parliamentary elections in Slovakia were approaching, conspiracy theories about election manipulation and claims of manipulated pre-election polls circulated among political actors. Many political actors and figures attacked non-governmental organizations, falsely depicted them as unregulated entities. Additionally, hostile rhetoric against the LGBT community also intensified during the campaign, with some politicians using derogatory language and making false claims, further normalizing hate and discrimination in Slovakia. The election campaign in Slovakia also focused on economic issues, migration, and of course, Russian-Ukrainian war. The Smer party, which eventually won the elections in Slovakia and now is one of the ruling party in the government, made the most radical electoral demands, advocating for more state interventionism and expanded social policies. It also criticized the US and EU for supporting Ukraine and called for respect for non-democratic countries such as China. Russian disinformation, which focused, of course, on Ukraine and anti-immigrant narratives, played a crucial role in the election campaign. In the first 2 weeks of September, when the elections were taking place, more than 365,000 election-related posts, disinformation posts were recorded on Slovak social media. The effectiveness of pro-Russian narratives was also bolstered by the repetition in the media by many Slovak politicians, particularly from the Smer party, which, as I said, is now in the current coalition. The party president repeatedly spoke negatively about Ukraine, criticized US and EU for support for the country, questioned the effectiveness of economic sanctions on Russia, etc. Using this information, Russia basically influenced the mood of Slovak society and supported Fico's party. We have to realize that Slovak society had been already polarized when the Russian invasion on Ukraine started back in 2022. But social media also played a key role in fueling distrust of traditional media and spreading anti-Ukraine narrative. Russia aimed to improve election outcome not working? Working. Okay. Okay, and bring the pro-Russian Smer party to win, which was it was eventually successful. And as I was talking about AI, and that will be my last point, I promise, and deepfakes, there was also a deepfake video which occurred just 2 days before the elections in Slovakia. It actually featured now the main opposition party leader Michal Šimečka and renewed female journalists from a public daily newspaper, and they were allegedly talking about buying votes from the marginalized Roma minority in Slovakia. And I would say that, yes, this deepfake was massively spread on social media, but it was also spread on Telegram, which is still an unregulated platform, and according to my opinion, still present a new challenge to the elections and information integrity in general. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Thank you, Natalia, very much. I have a few questions that came up while you were presenting, but I will ask them at the end in the discussion. I would like now to pass the floor to Bilal Taïrou, which is a Chief Coordinator from Code of Africa from Senegal. Bilal, can you hear us? Thank you. The floor is yours. Can you hear us, Bilal?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Great. Thank you. The floor is yours. You can take the floor now.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. So my name is Bilal Taïrou. I'm the coordinator of the African Fact-Checking Alliance. That is an alliance that's been established by Code for Africa. I'm based in Senegal, and the alliance comprises up to 350 members. These include some newsrooms, some CSOs, and also some universities. So the disinformation when it comes to election is a key concern for Code for Africa and for the alliance especially. And what we have observed in Africa as part of our efforts to counter disinformation is that, especially when it comes to elections, there is a lot of disinformation circulating to try to either shed a spotlight on some candidates so that people don't vote for them, or in some cases, there is these foreign campaigns that also trying to subvert all the narratives surrounding the elections. What we do as African Fact-Checking Alliance, we play a key role, for instance, in monitoring and verifying the narratives that are circulating when it comes to elections. So we work closely with another team of Code for Africa, that is the PesaCheck. PesaCheck is the fact-checking initiative of Code for Africa. And we try to have what we call the pop-up desk that identify the key disinformation, the narratives, the hate speech as well that are circulating, and try to debunk them. We also do a lot of debunking so that we get the people, especially the vulnerable communities, to get ready to face disinformation that can arise for the elections. And also we have developed these collaborative efforts. We work collaboratively with other fact-checking organizations, media houses. These are the members, so that we can debunk together some disinformation. For instance, in Mali, and all these countries that are under some juntas, the fact-checking organizations based in those countries are not really free to do their work. So in that case, for instance, other fact-checking organizations can step in and help to debunk the disinformation that can happen in those countries. We also do a lot of public education and awareness. We engage in public education campaigns to raise awareness about the importance of information integrity by educating the electorate on how to identify and report false information. We have some key challenges, however. The key challenge is, these Brandolini law that is always observed. Disinformation is always ahead. We have this rapid spread of misinformation and disinformation because of the technology and all the social media. We also have the challenge in fact-checking the disinformation circulating in these instant messaging apps. That is kind of tricky to fact-check, especially WhatsApp. WhatsApp is an application that is very used in our countries in Africa. We have the trust in information sources. Getting access to information sources is quite challenging, especially when it comes to government information. So officials are not really willing to speak out loudly to give the real versions of the facts. And when they do so, sometimes, you need to be cautious when considering the versions of the facts. And that's why we also try to strike the balance between the governments, the CSOs, and other reliable sources to do our fact-checking. We have also the political bias and manipulations. That is something that has been observed. I want to mention here again, the Team George that for several years have tried to, compromise, let me say, elections all over the world, including in Africa. So we have these foreign manipulations that can also arise, and we even have this report from the African Center for Strategic Studies that has highlighted that in 2023, that is the latest report, we have a lot of foreign campaigns run by Russia and other countries in Africa, especially in West Africa, and especially again in these countries that have been prone to several coups: Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Guinea, and so on. So those are some of the key challenges that we have. Nevertheless, there are some impacts and achievements maybe that maybe needs to be mentioned here. We have managed in their lives collaboratively to debunk high-profile false claims. We have successfully debunked these numerous high-profile false claims during the elections across Africa, and not only West Africa, even in East Africa, Kenya, Uganda, and a lot of countries. We have this policy influence where we also advocate. We play a key role when it comes to advocacy. So we try to influence policies, but not at local level. We target the regional bodies. So because, as part of this, our IFC and accreditation, we cannot try to influence local policies so that we can keep our impartiality clean. So we try to target the regional bodies. We also build fact-checking capacities. So far, the African Fact-Checking Alliance has, let me say, empowered more than 600 people across Africa. We do a lot of trainings, targeting journalists and also newsrooms. So these are some, let me say, overview that I can share to pick up the discussions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bilal. Now we will move to Emma. Emma, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Awesome. Bilal, I love that shirt, man. That is an awesome shirt. I'm only sorry I don't get to see it in person. And I love that Bilal mentioned WhatsApp as well, because as I was thinking about my own experience with fact-checking, specifically from the journalistic context. So when I started at CNN in 2008, CNN was launching actually its first fact-checking operation. And at that time, it was pretty straightforward. In the US, there was this big populist movement called the Tea Party. Has anybody ever heard of the Tea Party? So if you remember in one word, what was the Tea Party against? Anybody? It's a stretch. It's early in the morning. The new one. The new one was basically, they were anti-tax and they were anti-public health care. So this was before Obamacare, and the Tea Party really organized in opposition to expanding public spending in the U.S. for public health care. So a lot of the claims at that time were very straightforward. They were about health care, they were about taxes, they were about spending. But looking back, and I don't think I'm saying anything that people in this room don't know because everybody's very plugged in, they were really about emotion. They were about fear. At those protests, you saw a lot of people saying, you know, this will take away my liberty, this is the government trying to tell me what to do with my body, all of these kinds of fears. So even though a lot of the journalistic fact checks were about hard data, how much money is going to be spent on public health care, what was underlying a lot of that political discussion and the political movement actually was this emotion. And so to Bilal's point about WhatsApp, I think it's a great thing, and it's one of the things that the people who either from a journalistic perspective fact check misinformation or try to cover its effects in the real world, or some of the campaign works that you're doing, WhatsApp is actually one of, and these other messaging ones are so tricky because you don't, unless you're in those groups, you don't actually see what the discussion is. So pivoting to kind of where we are now, I was thinking a lot about this, especially from the perspective of the online discourse, right? Because that's where so much of the discourse is now, and so much of the discourse online, whether it's in these chat groups or whatever, is impacting real life, which is, of course, what journalists cover, right? So has anybody ever heard of the Streisand effect? I see, like, yes. Do you know, what is it? What's the Streisand effect? Exactly, exactly. So it's this principle that journalists apply to covering misinfo, disinfo. So it refers to Barbra Streisand, the famous actress. A news outlet or an entertainment outlet published information that she felt gave away her house location. And she was furious about it, and she filed suit. She filed suit against this publication. But so few people saw the original article, but then everybody covered the lawsuit, right? So it's like the Streisand effect refers to this idea that journalists don't want to amplify misinformation if it's only in your auntie's Facebook group and only 25 people are talking about it. But I think what we see increasingly now is that there's so many niche communities that actually 100% of your auntie's friends might believe something, and it might actually motivate real world behavior. So it's interesting, and I really love projects like Gen Z. It's really very clever because it's speaking to smaller communities, it's speaking to smaller groups, and it's able to see these things that are moving quicker than bigger outlets are. The other thing that I wanted to just like pivot back to quickly was this idea of emotion, and I hope Adam and I are like speaking in parallel, as we often do. But the idea is that there's all kinds of things that might not immediately seem political, but can end up being political. So one of my former colleagues is now over at CBS in the United States, and they just did this amazing fact check that I've been waiting for somebody to do. Have you guys seen these memes about how sunscreen is bad for you? Right? So it's bubbling up, right? It's like bubbling up from like, I don't know where, the wellness space or something. But there's a whole bunch of online discourse, especially maybe targeting ladies who, yeah, maybe who like yoga or something, I don't know what, but like it's bubbling up, and there's all of this disinformation about how sunscreen actually is terrible for you and you shouldn't use sunscreen, and like only idiots use sunscreen. But what it speaks to, I think, more broadly is that in times of unrest or trauma, and I know there's like a bunch of people who have experienced that in places where they're from or are coming from those contexts, right? There's like, in the US, there's, you know, a lot of anxiety. No one knows what will happen this election. Last election, of course, ended with January 6th, so nobody is entirely certain what will happen this election. And in that space where people are uneasy, there's even more of a desire to have a unifying understanding of what is going on. The simple and like small explanations that add up to the big picture, which is, you know, the truth, that's not really satisfying. It's much more satisfying to have this big narrative. It speaks to this emotional need that we have as humans. Psychologically, when humans experience a trauma, they want more meaning. We want to make meaning out of trauma. We don't want to believe that we're suffering for no reason. And so the sunscreen thing, where does that come in? I don't really know. I love that CBS fact-checked it, but I think it's a mistake if we assume that these kinds of more niche, maybe emotional or somehow not related to politics, they can all come back around to politics, because one of the undercurrents with the sunscreen thing is like, I don't trust authorities. I don't trust what all of these doctors have told us for however long we've had sunscreen, I don't know. But there's something wrong with this authority. This authority I cannot trust. And so I'm really excited to be here with you guys, because I can sense already there's so many different perspectives, and you'll come up with things that I haven't seen. And that's part of the conversation, is all of us, to Bilal's point about WhatsApp, taking these things from our communities and saying, hey, did you see this? Like, you guys saw sunscreen. But some of you, is this the first you've heard about the sunscreen misinfo? Others hadn't, right? So it's like, but it's interesting, right? Because like there's these different pieces, right? And each one of us will see different things, and in that conversation, we can all learn something really interesting. So those are sort of my thoughts off the top.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you very much. I will now pass the floor to Ritu. Ritu is co-founder and managing director of Quint Digital Media Limited from India. Ritu, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it's exciting to be here because India is possibly presenting a very interesting case study right now. I'd just like to highlight, before I jump into excitedly into that, a little bit about us. We are an independent news site in India. We're digital only. We're very video-driven. And we have a strong fact-checking vertical. We call it, of course, the two teams, the main news team and the fact-checking team works together. We are very mindful of the fact that these elections that India just went into needed a lot of pre-bunking, which is why we had started a media literacy program we called Verify Kiya Kya, which is Hindi for did you verify before you read or shared something. We also partnered with the Point Institute for a media literacy against AI. A lot of the focus was on how to detect deep fakes and how to counter that narrative. But having said all of that, it's very, very interesting. The two aspects of the India elections that I'd like to highlight. One is that while deep fakes were used, they were not used. The malicious news, the malicious use of AI to alter narrative or to push a narrative, that did not really happen. So AI was used, but it was used more to have fun, for satire, some amount of synthetic audio being used with, say, film stars. But they were they were easy to debunk. They did not do the kind of damage that one would have anticipated. The misinformation that really happened, or the disinformation that really happened not so much by these, the small-time individual players who would be generating a lot of video content or audio content. It happened a little more institutionally. A lot of the campaign, if I was to look at it from a pre-poll point of view, a lot of the campaigns that happened in terms of rallies or speeches by political leaders, either the ones in government or the ones in opposition, a lot of the misinformation or disinformation actually came from speeches of leaders including, the Prime Minister. A lot of that was, communal, divisive. It was to sort of to generate hate and anxiety against a certain community, to also attack a certain community. That was one thing. The other, if I can call it institutional misinformation, is the exit polls. Pre-polls, the exit polls turned out to be completely fabricated. There were, several organizations that did exit polls in sync with a lot of large-scale legacy media organizations. They all predicted a certain outcome, which really predicted a huge victory, sort of a sweeping victory for the current government in power, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, which actually had a huge impact on the markets. The markets really soared, and there was a lot of that in the wonder, because a lot of the people in the leadership actually, as part of the rallies, actually suggested that people invest in stocks because the market is going to boom. And the other aspect of misinformation came largely from the opposition, which is to throw a lot of shade on the validity on the electoral processes. Our elections, our polling is done through election voting machines, electoral voting machines, and there was a lot of doubt cast on that. The impact of that was possibly a slightly lower turnout of people, because people were sort of not very trusting of the electoral process. So that was a kind of misinformation that happened. But fact checkers and pundits who were tracking sentiment did say that there was a lot of fatigue with misinformation. People were not believing it, including, because I think people were wanting these rallies and the manifestos and the promises to give them some relief from the crisis that they're dealing with on employment, on food security, on how they're being impacted by a lot of weather and climate change issues. But somehow that did not happen. And I think that what is interesting is that all this misinformation that did happen pre-poll did not lead to so the expectation, all of us, even in newsrooms, the expectation was that the current government is going to come back with another overwhelming majority, and that did not happen. The BJP, the ruling government, was predicting out of 543 seats in the lower house of the parliament, they were predicting that they would get 370 seats, but actually they stopped at 240 seats. So it's interesting how the intelligent voter did not allow the misinformation, did not allow the disinformation to influence her or his mandate in terms of how they voted. They actually, there was this fear of a looming autocracy if this current government comes in with absolute majority this time. And that really the voter really dented that. The government has come back, but, the current government has come back to form the government for the third time, but it's a much weaker government because it's had to come together as a coalition government. So I think 2 or 3 things happened. While there was this generation of misinformation or a lot of narrative building which was not true, including the exit polls, etc., I would like to take some credit for a bunch of us as independent newsrooms, the counter narrative that we were putting out, the fact-based journalism that we were putting out, because in India there's a lot of the legacy organizations actually amplify the misinformation. So if there's a leader who says something against the community, legacy news will not fact-check that. They will actually amplify that speech and sort of put it out for more people to consume. But there was also, apart from newsrooms like ours and fact checkers, 2 or 3 things happened. There was one campaign that we did so in India, all the fact checkers have come together to form what we call the Misinformation Combat Alliance. So we are working individually, but I think the strength is in numbers. We've all come together to form an entity. This entity then worked with a GNI initiative along with another organization called Data Leads, where a lot of the fact-checking work that we were doing, they were working, collaborating with large-scale legacy media, which normally does not do fact-checking, to pick up our fact-check content and to amplify it, because in the kind of reach that large legacy media has, a fact-checking organization will not have that. So this was very successful. It was called the Shakti Project. The very fact that well ahead of the elections, we came together, all fact-checkers came together as the Misinformation Combat Alliance. But also I have to give credit to the birth of a large number of influencers whose agenda was to protect the democracy, to protect it from the looming or potential autocracy that we would have faced had this government come back with a large thumping majority. Some of these influencers are actually former journalists who've left newsrooms and run their own YouTube channels. And some of them are just influencers who picked up a lot of the content that we as newsrooms and fact checkers were doing. These influencers have huge reach and huge audience bases, and they picked up some of our content and amplified it. I'd like to believe that all of this chipped away at the thinking of the voters. I'd like to believe that the voters, some of the media literacy programs have helped. I also would like to believe that the kind of misinformation that is being predicted that would be amplified by the use of AI, which can, at scale, sort of create misinformation content, deepfake, synthetic audio, cloned audio, etc., on steroids at large scale. I think in India, our elections came at a slightly early stage of that development of AI. I think as other elections are going to play out in other countries, perhaps this AI will evolve more, will get more, the deep fakes will become more and more cheap fakes, they'll be more accessible, more tools, easier to do. So maybe what we in India need to worry about now, especially as fact checkers, is all the state level, the federal elections, the assembly level elections that will now happen, because those assembly level elections will learn from other practices in other parts of the countries, in other countries in the world. So that sort of summarizes my take on what happened as far as misinformation is concerned in the 2024 elections in India.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing the perspective from India, and especially since there were important elections taking place the previous period. Now I will pass the floor to Yannis Kotsifos, which is Director of Journalistic Union, as well as member of European Federation of Journalists. Yannis.
Thank you, Professor Panagiotou. It's nice to meet different people from different groups that we need to keep working together, and that's actually what I'm going to support today, because I think that I'll focus on the case of Europe, as I have been following quite closely through my work for the European Federation of Journalists in the last few years. So I should start with something that might sound encouraging, but I don't know if it is encouraging enough. I think that European institutions have been really early in preparing to combat disinformation when it comes to elections. And maybe I don't even need to remind you that for a long time now, let's say since 2018, we have different initiatives started from the EU. In 2018, we had the first action plan to fight disinformation within the framework of elections. We also had the very important code of practice co-signed by different signatories, including the big platforms, including social media platforms. We even had a strengthened version signed again in 2022. And of course, you know that we now have the European Media Freedom Act, which is a crucially important step, in my understanding, to possibly improve things further in, let's say, 2 years' time. This is maybe from the regulatory part, let's say, but we also need to remember that thanks to these initiatives, we had the opportunity within the EU framework to have very strong, very powerful and meaningful fact-checking organizations developed. So normally one would say that we have been going a quite long distance in this, but yet look at the topic of the next panel, which is which lessons have we learned from the recent elections when it comes to disinformation. That means that the problem is still there. That means that we need to make sure that we learn new lessons. And I think that you'd all agree that the more sophisticated the tools become, the more lessons that we will need to learn in the future. So what's going on? I mean, if the will, the political will is there, if the tools are there, if the people is there, apparently, what's going wrong? What are the missing dots that we need to find a way to connect? Last 2 months ago in Sarajevo, there was a very big event of fact-checking organizations, right? And Maria Reza, the Nobel laureate, delivered a speech. And she quite strongly stressed out the importance of the fact-checking work done already and how important it is to encourage this and to support it. But she also reminded one of her points, repeatedly stressed, that we need to rebuild journalism as an antidote to tyranny. I think that maybe this is the missing dot, because we have been repeating the need for raising awareness among the public. And this is absolutely true, absolutely essential. But already 7 out of 10 people in Europe think that they come across false information when they read the news. And almost 4 out of 10 people in Europe believe that misinformation in times of election is a serious threat posed to democracy. So I think that we could safely say that some awareness is definitely there. And I think that we can very safely say that the work of fact-checking organizations has been improved, has been an adequate tool to combat disinformation so far. Although we had cases in the recent elections where even fact-checking organizations themselves were targeted with an overload of news to debunk as a way to spread, again, different narratives, different messages. But I don't think that anyone would argue that great work is done there. I think, though, the problem is that people don't read the fact-checkers' reports. We read this. People normally read the news or the Facebook page of Emma's auntie about what's going on with the use of sunscreen, right? So we need to make sure that they will be able to read better, credible, and meaningful news. And apparently it's not an easy task for us to do, but still, European citizens have been asked several times by European institutions who would they think should be the ones carrying the main responsibility in trying to improve the situation. And the first response was the journalist community and the media. So unless we try to rebuild, to use Reza's term, unless we try to rebuild a stronger media ecosystem, unless we try to give journalists not just the technological tools, not just the awareness of the problems, not just the knowledge of the use of different tools, but two important things. One, the opportunity to make good use, to integrate the work of all these different fact-checking organizations into their actual work. I kept looking at the badge of Emma. There is a very interesting title there. You're a senior director for standards and practices, but this applies to CNN, which is probably okay. I don't think that you could easily find a job under this title in one of the few local media that work in Thessaloniki, or even in major scale outlets operating in Athens. So the problem is how to better integrate all this knowledge into the production of journalistic material. And the second point is to make journalism sustainable again. Because the longer it stays in that precarious situation, especially at local level, the bigger the problem, the bigger the problems will become. And I'm sorry to say, regardless of the quality of work that all our think tanks and all our organizations are doing. So we need to, as Professor Panagiotou mentioned in his introduction, we are not here to just discuss things. We are here to try and find some practices to apply to make things better. And I think that one of the practices that we need to encourage is a better communication and collaboration between these different bodies serving the same aim. I'm glad we can welcome you in Thessaloniki, my hometown as well, where at least I think a part of this good practice is enforced through the collaboration of the local university and the local journalist union. It has been fruitful. Well, it's never enough, of course, we can improve, but I think it's something that indicates the direction we should be going to in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Giannis. I would like to thank all the speakers for their insightful comments. I will try to wrap up what it has been said in order actually to give a thorough overview in order to be able, I don't know, in order not to have my back to the online speakers as well. So I would actually like to emphasize on the main key points that we need to have in mind. The first one, it is that traditional media tends to move away now from what it used to be a traditional audience. We don't have the same type of audience, we rather have communities. We have communities that are coming together based on their identities, based on their interests, etc. We have actually the need, though, to introduce policy recommendations that will actually introduce some specific standards that it will help journalists and media organizations to work on under a specific frame. We cannot continue to consider that this is needed, that this is not needed, it's philosophical, etc. It has been emphasized the importance of actually to go through to specific communities, to set up messages in order to address this type of communities. Either they are based on their age, as the Gen Z project of DCN, etc., or if it is based on their interest about sports or health, etc. This is actually, for me, this is my own comment. It is sometimes more important, or it has a bigger impact to our audience, rather, and this is actually justifies why sometimes media literacy as we have it in mind in the general sense doesn't work anymore. Media literacy is an important element, as it has been mentioned, that will greatly help in actually to promote an awareness that everyone actually highlighted it. Together with wider alliances, the case of India, the case of Africa, as well as in Europe, what we have realized that there is a need actually to form bigger alliances. One just fact-checking organization is not enough. It needs actually wider alliance that will be able to tackle greater challenges. The other thing that I would emphasize, and it has been mentioned, it is how to create counter-narratives, actually how to engage NGOs and every other stakeholders into the discussion and in order actually to address the challenges, especially the ones that are represented from deepfakes. Probably we might actually have in mind and discuss from a different example. And now we're entering into full speed into a different era in relation with deepfakes and all the other elements. So I will go on with some questions for the panel, and especially I will start by the role of technology companies, and what role do you think that technology companies should play in ensuring information integrity? I will start, from Natalia, and then whoever wants, please feel free to speak, okay? Natalia?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, according to my opinion, the role of technology companies should be that they should implement content moderation systems that proactively monitor and remove false information. This, of course, also includes the already mentioned artificial intelligence, also machine learning algorithms to detect misleading content. But of course, it should be accompanied by hiring human moderators. And it's another problem is that the human moderators should be in, let's say, in sufficient amount of people, because there has been a time, or there was a time in past when, for example, for the Slovak Facebook, there was only one moderator, which was clearly not sufficient. So that's another challenge, I would say. It's also, according to my opinion, important to actually invest in research and develop other analytical tools for social media platforms that have not been so researched yet, such as Telegram, because I already mentioned that Telegram is unregulated. And for example, in many, I would say, Slavic countries or Central Europe countries, for example, in Slovakia and Czech Republic, the Telegram is a huge problem. And we've been actually doing a research on Telegram, and it was pretty tough. We had some analytical tool, but it was not sufficient to actually detect all of the channels that were spreading this information, because the problem is that the users and the channels could stay anonymous, and it's really hard to detect the source of the information. And it's, of course, as I already mentioned, the challenge in case or in time of elections, because there were at least 2 cases of deepfake videos ahead of elections already mentioned in Slovakia, and of course also in Czech Republic that was originally sourced and tracked on Telegram. So that's what I mentioned, that basically it shouldn't be only the language, but also other languages with special emphasis on Slavic language. It's also important that the tech companies, if they actually do let's say the flagshipping of the misleading content, they should also regularly publish transparency reports and detailed actions taken against disinformation on social media. And of course, I would say that, according to my opinion, tech companies also maybe should or could have a role in promoting digital literacy programs that would actually educate its users about how to identify disinformation and misleading content. Thank you.
Anyone else? Emma?
I have the thought, but I want to defer to the Ritu and Bilal if either of you guys want to jump in.
Bilal, we cannot hear you.
So, few points to mention here. I think that to be able to have some elections, let me say, free of disinformation, we can act on these few levels. First of all, this is media and digital literacy campaigns. So educate citizens about disinformation and teach them, how to verify information. And we are doing a lot of this already, all of us gathered here. We also have the development of fact-checking platforms. These organizations, we need to have a critical mass of fact-checking desks, even within newsrooms, so that the efforts are enhanced in terms of countering disinformation. We need to also collaborate with local media organizations, as Rachel has mentioned it. Local media organizations stands to amplify disinformation. So collaboration with them is key to be able to counter disinformation, and also include in this collaboration other key players of the industry, meaning the CSOs. We need to harness the power of the information and communication technologies, to be able to rapidly amplify as well the products of checking efforts that we are producing. Another thing is the capacity building for electorates, if you want, for electoral authorities and the official voices. They need to be aware of the stakes so that they do play their role, especially when fact-checking organizations, other, let me say, stakeholders reach out to them to get crucial information to enlighten the public. Partnership with social media platforms is also key, because they need to be aware of the situation and especially the local context to be able to act and why not remove harmful content, obviously based on some specific policies, etc. We can hold some public debates. We can also develop, and this is something that I really advocate for, especially in local African context. We need to develop some maybe AI-powered tools to be able to monitor our platforms and to monitor our content, because what we are observing in Africa is that a lot of people are, the trends is now publishing content in local languages that the current tools that we have don't understand. And the disinformation actors use this as a kind of way to bypass the current infrastructure, So we need to develop now some tools, AI-powered tools that will be fed with our local context, that will be able to counter, to rapidly, early detect these harmful content and counter disinformation. And then the regional collaboration is something we can also leverage. For instance, when in a country, for X or Y reason, the fact-checking organizations over there cannot do their job properly, other fact-checking organizations get support, and also and vice versa. These are a few levels that I think that can be used to effectively counter disinformation, especially in election times. Thanks.
So the American context, some of the biggest players, right, are American companies. And you may have heard of Section 230, maybe, the American Tech Code, which basically allowed for the creation of the modern internet, which basically said, are these tech platforms like a publisher, like CNN or the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, or are they more like a public bulletin board where anybody can come and put a little notice? And obviously the bulletin board is not responsible for bad information, it's just a bulletin board. And so Section 230, to sort of really simplify it, said these tech platforms are more like a bulletin board, which for a long time, when you had your platforms that are not, let's say, advertising based and are doing different things, it kind of made sense. A Craigslist, a Wikipedia, but with the bigger platforms that you have, especially the sort of American giants, they're advertising based, mostly. And so part of the challenge, I think, when it comes to misinformation and disinformation is, do the tech platforms have an incentive to do anything? So there was a case recently in the United States. I apologize, this is a little sensitive, but basically it was a boyfriend-girlfriend in California. They split up. The boyfriend took a bunch of intimate images of the girlfriend and created a Facebook account and friended 2,000 people and sent them every day these non-consensual nude images of his ex-girlfriend. He ended up getting prosecuted federally for identity theft because he created this account in her name. But this woman asked Facebook something like 400 times to remove these messages. And each time Facebook was saying, well, this account also says it's you and it's posting more than you. So how do we know which one's which, right? So I think that's one piece of it, is like, what's the incentive? Is the incentive for the platforms to remove this, or is the incentive for them to continue with engagement and to continue with the people who are or the people or the entities, right? Because sometimes it's bots, who are posting more content. So that's a big foundational question, certainly in the American context. And currently there's not much of an incentive beyond a PR incentive. So to your point about, like, they need to be transparent on this. Well, I mean, mostly they choose when they're going to be transparent, frankly. So that's a big piece of it. The other piece of it is political advertising. So political advertising, of course, is a big thing in the United States. And most of these platforms are not fact-checking their political ads. Legacy media outlets do. And there's a big difference as well there. So like, when you're speaking about incentives and the business of these different entities, I think the business structure is foundationally different. And so that's a big challenge. That's the US context. I understand that the EU has done some different things, but from the American context, there's these bigger sort of business foundational questions.
Yeah, indeed, it has been a bit different in the EU. However, it has always been a very tricky situation. Who is regulating? And it has been in particular tricky for the journalist community, because we are supposed to promote self-regulation. But this model, well, I don't think it would actually work very well within the framework of the big tech platforms. And the other problem that we have been facing with that is that media councils in different European countries have always been extremely reluctant to take care of cases emerging from the use of news in social media platforms. So these platforms, to them, were not considered as news platforms, so they didn't really like to carry this responsibility to resolve the situation, which has created some extra problems, of course.
Ritu, do you have something to say, or do you want to contribute to the question? Thank you.
Yeah, I think like in the US, political advertising is a massive part of elections and contributing to the misinformation in the system. In India, which is why I think both tech platforms and election commissions have to step in and play a role. I completely agree that there is no incentive for tech platforms beyond PR, because tech platforms, because they thrive on engagement and saucy, exciting misinformation that, typically misinformation appeals to people's emotions and to their confirmation bias. I don't think it's going to be rocket science in today's world of generative AI and other technology support for the tech platforms to build and train models to track down disinformation and misinformation in real time. And I think we are now, fact checkers across the world are infusing the systems with a lot of fact check content. It's a very simple algorithm that is needed, because both the misinformation and the fact check content would be riding on the same SEO tags and the same keywords. Is for everywhere that misinformation is showing up, for the fact check content to come right against it. They say they're doing it, but we know that we're not doing it. For instance, very often on YouTube, our team or other fact checkers in India reach out and say, listen, this piece of information that is sitting on your platform is carrying, some parts of it are carrying misinformation. Can we not have alerts for consumers and for consumers of that content? But they just don't, but there isn't any response. There is no proactive response. The other thing I think is election commissions. I don't believe that governments should regulate misinformation, because at least in a country like India, for instance, Prime Minister Modi in his election speech actually said Muslims are infiltrators, and they said if you have 2 buffaloes, Muslims will come and take away 1 buffalo, and which is complete untruths, right? But there has to be a situation where the election commissions work with fact checkers, the election commissions work with tech platforms and say these parts of a speech or these parts of a political advertising are not correct and those parts have to be removed. But there has to be, I'm extremely wary of there being these very blunt sledgehammer approaches of the government to, I'm not sure if you guys came across it, but in India, one individual went to Gemini, Google's sort of chat GPT version of Google, where they put in a question asking if the current prime minister is fascist, and actually the Gemini actually said that it was, and the current government is, but actually said things about other governments or historical figures like Hitler's, which were also incorrect. So the approach of the government immediately, or the MIB, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, was to put down a sort of sledgehammer approach and say that no further new AI initiative or AI module or model should be allowed without the government's approval. Now that is completely, thankfully the courts intervened and that did not go through. So I think there is a danger in asking governments to be regulatory bodies. I think it has to be a partnership between independent bodies, between fact checkers and tech platforms have to step in beyond the PR role, because technology is going to be able to enable this completely very, very easily. The other aspect is that misinformation has now become very clever, right? Earlier, it was a very simple, almost crass and obvious misinformation. Now, people who are generating misinformation are sort of disguising it very cleverly. It's very layered. It's, some parts of it, some parts of the same piece of content will be absolutely factually correct, but there will be bits of it which will not be. So it's that much more difficult to find those bits, which means there has to be far more human intervention. Or like, Bilan said, even in India is so diverse culturally in terms of language, in terms of religion, in terms of, other geographical differences, that you really need very, very hyper-local fact-checking bodies which understand the context of the hyper-local misinformation. And I think there's also an onus on us as media people or as fact checkers to make the fact checking content as attractive and accessible. If we are very purist about the way it's sort of very serious and it's very, structured in a very purist sort of way, you might not have audiences engaging with that content. I think the onus is also on us to make our fact checking content as attractive to click through and consume as a lot of misinformation is. And one of the things that I strongly believe, and been wanting to run a program, unfortunately, we've not been able to find the funding for it, which is for fact checkers to work with schools to bring this scientific thinking against misinformation, bring it as part of school curriculum, as mandatory school curriculum. Because by the time the current generation of students is going to graduate and come out, AI is going to take misinformation to another level, which is going to be very, very, very difficult to really distinguish between what is correct and what is not. So those are just some of the things that I feel strongly about.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritu. I would, summing up these responses, I think that based on this, on the global experience, we realize that while creating, producing, and disseminating this information is relatively easy, it needs much more time, and we're being engaged in so many discussions that as soon as that we find something to address it, then immediately comes something that it is more effective. So here's a fundamental question: to what extent and how actually ready we are in order to be as proactive as the actors of disinformation are doing, in order to be able to address the issue. Otherwise, I feel that we might end up in long discussions that it will not create sustainable solutions. Because I have been working on the topic as well for years now, if you actually go through the discussions globally that are taking place, all of us reach out to a specific conclusion. Let's promote media literacy, let's do more fact-checking, and that's it. But I think that we miss an important point, that it is it has been actually mentioned from the panel, the importance of building trust to our institutions, the importance of building trust, and more importantly, engaging the public into the wider discussion. Otherwise, it will feel like a technical discussion that takes place outside of the realm. So I would like actually to start now to ask from Bilal, and with a following question. Bilal, what are and this addressed to everyone, because I actually want to bring cases globally regarding the significant threats to information integrity during elections that have taken place in Africa this or the previous year. Can you come up with a specific example? What were the significant challenges during the elections? And then we will move to Ritu in order to bring the experience from India. Bilal?
Threats to the election, right? I'm not sure I got the question right, because the volume was quite low. Is it that?
Yes. What are the main challenges to information integrity that you have actually observed during the elections in Africa?
Cool. Thank you very much for that question. So quickly, let me say 3 major challenges. We have the access to, let me say, the efficiency of the fact checks. Let me explain. This is what we call in media sociology the IKEA effect. The IKEA effect is like when you build your own home furniture. This IKEA, the way it works, you end up trusting it, even if it doesn't balance well. So when people end up building their own disinformation in their head, even when you produce some fact checks, it's very difficult for them to get rid of disinformation from their head. So we have this pushback sometimes. Also, we have the FIMI, what we call the foreign information manipulation and interference. That is quite observed in Africa, either from campaigns or from the diaspora that is playing a key role. The general trends in Africa currently is that people want some change. When it comes to the elections, they are kind of, let me put it that way, tired of the current political leaders that we have. So they want some change, and they're still saying that based on the past, the colonial past from Africa, it's like the current leaders are still there implementing the policies, the foreign policies of our former settlers. So they want some change. And the diaspora play a key role in disseminating this disinformation. So we are also observing these massive kind of campaigns from the diaspora as well. And finally, when it comes to the election, we have the access to real sources. Because while debunking, for instance, electoral disinformation, and you need to get in touch with some political voices that can speak out loud, they tend to be reluctant either because they don't want to lose their position or because they don't want to show that, they are speaking to the public. Because of the government that is in place, it's like they are Muslim. So these are the few challenges that we have, and we try to overcome to do the job in Africa.
Ritu, can you actually come up with the main challenges that you faced during the recent elections in India? You mentioned before that you set up an alliance of fact-checkers. But can you actually highlight some, what were the main challenges that you had to deal with regarding disinformation in the recent elections in India? Thank you.
Like I said, I think some of the biggest challenges were the institutionalizing of misinformation, where the misinformation was coming from government institutions. The challenge was also that despite the fact that several organizations were reaching out to the Election Commission saying that a lot of the points being made by leaders in their speeches, in their election speeches, were factually riddled with misinformation, which would adversely impact the voters' decision, we were not hearing back from them. So the challenge being that the misinformation is not coming from some, individual quiet corner. It is coming from the powers that be. And to be able to, the other challenge was that large legacy media in India is often referred to as Godi media. Godi, of course, while it rhymes with Modi, it actually means lamb in Hindi. So it's called Godi media because they sort of become the mouthpiece of the government. And that's really unfortunate because, a large institution, the Fourth Estate, has really been captured in that sense. So what happens is that while fact checkers have limited reach, large legacy media organizations, if they are helping amplify the misinformation as if coming from legitimate sources, that is a massive mountain to climb, really, to be able to tackle that. The other challenge, like I mentioned earlier, is the regional diversity. That's one. The other is a large part of India is rural, and the internet penetration is still limited. So what works for a large part of rural India is their communication for information. The source of information becomes WhatsApp. They do not actually go to, correct sources of information. So that, and WhatsApp has been a massive vehicle for misinformation in India right now, especially if the content is emotional and is in sync with how I feel. So literacy, internet penetration for factual information to go through bodies like the Election Commission, if the moral code of conduct has kicked in and misinformation is still being spread through political advertising, stepping in to do that. And like I said, one of our biggest challenges was, and that came largely from the opposition parties, was undermining the electoral process and undermining the electoral voting machines, because that led to a smaller turnout of voters, because they thought if the electoral process is not sound, what is the point of my putting in my vote, since it might be open to manipulation. So that is really, you're working with large legacy, you're working against government institutions that are underlining and legitimizing or not countering misinformation, versus a bunch of fact checkers and independent news media and a few influencers who are combating that. But having said all of that, clearly something connected, which worked, which is the proof is in the pudding. The outcome of the elections have proven that. But I actually anticipate with AI becoming more easier to. I think the problem is is going to amplify in the coming years. I think what we have to do is to institutionalize institutionalized misinformation rather than a bunch of people. The first step towards that, of course, was us coming together as Misinformation Combat Alliance, but I think we need to do much, much, much more than that.
Thank you. I think that institutionalized disinformation is a major challenge because actually it includes an aspect that sometimes we might ignore it, Yanis. The case from Europe, what are the examples from elections that have taken place in Europe? Natalie, before she mentioned about Slovakia and the disinformation cases that we have witnessed.
Yeah, I think that the most trending topics have been, once again, both at national levels regarding different countries and at European level, migration, a topic heavily instrumentalized from different sides, and with a lot of news media being manipulated in a way to disseminate, let's say, controversial information about it. And I think this has been going on and on in circles sometimes. And of course, the other one is the war of Russia against Ukraine. I think that in the case of Greece, these two have been also very important topics of discussion before the recent European Parliament elections. And I think that a lot of efforts to manipulate the voting of Greek citizens by checking the attitude against these two cases have been identified.
Thank you, Emma. Natalie.
Well, so I already shared the experience from Slovakia, but as I'm living currently in Czech Republic, I might also share this experience because last year, in January, there were presidential elections taking place in Czech Republic. And actually, there are some good news, but still bad news, I would say. The good news is that there was no coordinated campaign detected by neither foreign or domestic actor ahead of presidential elections. The media were doing, I would say, a better job than during the parliamentary elections 2 years before. They were doing a lot of fact-checking and providing highly accurate information, etc. So it really got better. But what was there was basically exaggerating and manipulating the powers that the president can actually have. Because one of the president claimed that the other candidate won the elections. He won the elections. He would drag Czechia into the war with Ukraine, which actually is not the power of Czech president. But people didn't know that. And people were, of course, scared, because when you say war, of course, people are scared. So they were scared. Eventually, I think it had pretty limited impact on the election. It was fueling trust, and it was, just how to say it, just scaring people by dragging the country to the war. So I think that
a culture of fear. Actually.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that. So I think that maybe one of the solutions is also, when it comes to disinformation ahead of elections, is also trying to educate people about the actual powers of constitutional officials, so that people are really aware, like what president, what parliament, what the government can actually do, not even within the peacetime, but also during the wartime, if that happens.
Thank you. Before we move to the last round of this questions, does anyone wants to say something, question for the panelists, or mention something? Yes, please.
Thank you so much for the discussion, very enriching and insightful. I just want to point out what Emma mentioned about the role of emotion. If we talk about emotion, I believe that, a mere fact-checking or cognitive process will not be enough, I'm afraid. So how do you cope with this, and is there any kind of best practices, any kind of, probably also from the Africa or India experience, any kind of, innovative solution for this? Thank you.
Yeah, traditional journalism, I think, as was sort of mentioned, I think it was Ritu mentioned, traditional journalism were still very serious, and but no, I mean, it's an attention economy, right? Meaning each one of us has a limited amount of attention. You guys are spending a lot of capital on this panel because we only have a limited amount of attention that we can give in the course of any day, right? There's a really great podcast called Your Undivided Attention, which takes a look at the way that basically our smartphones are wired to captivate us, right? And a lot of them are designed like slot machines, if you're familiar with Las Vegas, right? So you stay at a slot machine because you've put in 3 coins and you lose each time. But then there's something called the sunk cost fallacy, which is the idea that well, you've already devoted all of this time and energy, maybe this next one. And if you walk away, didn't you just leave all of that there? So it's weird to think about that in relation to our smartphones, but whether it's a game like Duolingo, or whether it's ooh, I got more likes on my Instagram post, or I tagged Nia, did Nia tag me back? It's a little tiny hit of dopamine. And so to your point, yeah, does it feel great to watch a fact check? Is anybody getting any dopamine from a fact check? I mean, maybe the nerdiest person, but really only if it's filling your confirmation bias. Only if it's saying to you, oh yeah, I knew that was true. I knew sunscreen was good. That's why I'm spending all this money on sunscreen. But so yeah, no, to your point, I mean, I think that's why you see the success of memes. I think that's why you see the success of Jon Stewart obviously was sort of the first to sort of do a fact-checky journalist-ish thing, but with humor. And I think those are things that are sticky and work in the information economy. I don't know that journalists are suited for that because what we do is X happened and we will tell you why it's important or interesting. Even if it's very boring but very important, we're still going to report it. So I do think, to the question of sort of how we learn from each other, it's if journalists survive in the information economy, we have to sort of look around and stay true to mission, which is a really tall order.
Anyone else? Ritu or Bilal? Yanis? Okay. Okay, Bilal? Yes.
Sorry, I'm just stepping in to say that I'm terribly sorry, but I need to exit this conversation. I have another conference to go back to. But thank you so much for having me here.
Bye, Ritu.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
So sorry, I didn't get the question.
Oh, do you want to?
Yeah, Bilal, my question is about the role of emotion. So people mention about fact-checking. Fact-checking is more like a giving the hard facts. And how about we deal with the role of emotions that perhaps 90% of us do not really get into that kind of readings the facts. So do you have any experience? Do you have any kind of innovative solutions dealing with this?
The role of emotions, you mean? I get it right? Yeah. Yes. The role of, okay, good, thank you. Yeah. So far, let me share a real example with you. Let me take the example from West African countries, where if you consider the colonial past, as I mentioned before, most of the West African countries have been colonized by France. And nowadays, we are observing, I won't even say anti-French, but anti-Western sentiments in these countries. And this is where we can consider the emotions. since the bulk of the populations are now, wanting to get rid of France, to, no longer deal with France and other Western countries, as they are now, turning to Russia, everything related to, let me say, Western countries, even if it's disinformation, and you, as a fact-checking organization, you come and you fact-check that claim, they won't believe in your fact-check. And in Mali, a country that I know very well, nowadays, everybody, all fact-checkers that do a job that goes against, Russia, or that goes in the same direction with the Western countries, meaning France or United States of America, they call them in a word that shows that this is a local word, but it shows that they don't show love to the country. It's like they are selling out their country. So these are kind of emotional feelings that really play a key role and makes it more difficult, to instill this fact-checking culture in the population. But apart from that, I believe that fact-checking is still effective. We cannot say that, based on that, we want to do the job, etc. But it's still effective, and it still helps in such way to curb the trends of disinformation in these countries. And it's the same thing in Eastern Africa and even in Central Africa.
Thank you. Any other question for the panel?
Thank you. I'm going to stir away for a second from disinformation and kind of turn your attention to the electoral body. Talking about just generally voting in elections and being this year being a huge democratic year for every country in pretty much in the whole world. I really want to know what strategies so far have been safe in some way in just guarding confidential information about electronic voting and using the voters' rights in that way. Thank you.
I just want to make sure I understand which strategies have been impactful in
safeguarding confidential information for the electoral body and each person voting.
Got it. So keeping voting information safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can answer. No. You want to go. I think that this relates a lot with what it has been mentioned as a general idea and key takeaway, that the necessity actually to build trust in the institutions, in the process, and believing the other one. So we should actually go beyond the terms, like how do we define integrity, how do we define that, etc., and just directly see the numbers. And the numbers, based on a recent poll from Pew Research Institute, based on a research conducted from Oxford, Reuters Institute, it shows that we are witnessing in an era of a lack of trust. We are witnessing in an era where actually, as we have witnessed from the first round of the French elections, people were not motivated to go and vote. This is not only an issue in democracies, but also we have seen that in autocratic regimes as the one in Iran. No one went to vote, actually. There were like 25% turnout. So, but for us, especially for our democracies, and I think that what they can go on and speak as well, what it is the main message is it is actually that we need to move beyond and create inclusive environment that it will lead in an inclusivity in the rest of the society. The reality is that we leave people behind, and if we ignore that, we will continue like that. What motivated people to go on the second round in the French elections to vote for? It was a strong message that you either vote now or you get the elections from the first round. If you don't have this type of message and you just say, don't believe that it's fakes, I don't think that it works. Thank you.
I do have one more question that's for the panel. It's really a journalistic one, if I'm going to be completely honest. You talked about communities and how the trends right now are straying more away from individual opinion and individual authority to more of a community-based opinion and just generally community-based opinion. And with the sunscreen trend or whatever, how do you pay attention to or keep a close eye on things that are kind of getting heat more and more on the social media trends, and how do you decide, oh, we're going to set this one aside for 1 second, I'm going to pay attention to this. And in that process, if something happens or something gets more traction and more heat, how do you regain focus on that thing?
Do you want to take that one?
Yeah, maybe I could start. I think it depends on the strategy built and endorsed by different media. They don't handle it the same way, not all of them. So I think that one big division, one big distinction is between local and national media, right? So it's totally different communities sometimes. So you can see a topic trending locally that would be totally indifferent for big national media. So I don't think that, at least in the Greek media, there is an overall strategy or some guidelines, let's say, that all media share in that case.
Beyond the Streisand effects, which I mentioned, for an outlet like CNN, we cover things that happen around the world, and we publish in Arabic, Spanish, and English. Obviously, English is our primary language. And this is why it's really important to have a diverse newsroom, because what I'm hearing is going to be different than somebody who has a different background, right? I was at a DCN event in September, I think it was, in Zambia, and on the way there I stopped through Kenya. And in Kenya, everybody I talked to had a certain take on what was happening with their president. The global take on the Kenyan president is very positive. He was feted at the White House, a state visit, but when those protests started in Kenya recently about their tax bill, that was what I was hearing from when I was there. And that's what our Kenyan team as well was hearing, right? So for a big outlet, or really even a small one, you have to have a big, broad, diverse set of people working for you so that you're not surprised by something that's really major.
Can I maybe also add, so I'm not a journalist, but I have one point of view with the example from Czech Republic that I was mentioning, because luckily, at least for now, in Czech Republic, the ecosystem, the disinformation ecosystem functions on itself. It means that basically the disinformation are mainly spread within this ecosystem, and it hardly ever penetrates the mainstream media, luckily. Unless one of the political actors of any political figure actually mention it in the mainstream media, then it becomes more public or more accessible to also other people who are not within the disinformation ecosystem. But for example, when there is an event, as I mentioned, the presidential elections, and one of the presidential candidates actually spreads fear, then another one would drag Czech Republic into the war, it's really threat to an integrity, it's spreading fear, it's an obvious lie, and in that case, I think that, yeah, that's an event that really journalists should pay attention to. Because as I mentioned, when it comes to this sole ecosystem that disinformation actors are functioning in, I don't think it's possible to actually pay attention to everything that they're spread. And mostly, they're still repeating the same stories again. Migration, it's Russian-Ukrainian war, it's global elites, it's Soros, it's everything you can think of, basically. But still, it's not so big threat as, for example, during the presidential elections. So I don't know if that helps, but.
Yes.
Now is my turn. And then guys, the back. So I wanted to ask a question related to, is it 9 or 6, for example? So what is truth? What is information? It depends on who will be answering this question, yeah? And we talked about having different companies, websites, and so on and so forth, which doing this fact-check work. But as well, it's kind of subjective, because it depends where this company established, associated, who works in this company, and so on and so forth. And do they see 9 or do they see 6? And what will be the fact in the end? And with this, I want to ask a question. Maybe you have some ideas or some take on how to avoid this bias to somebody's opinion by having this some fact check or establishing some platform, some system, and so on and so forth, especially in current really globalized world.
Thank you. Who wants to go first?
I'm the daughter of a mathematician, so I love a numbers reference. I take your question very seriously. I guess what I would say is I don't know that there's a way to completely remove humans from anything, right? And of course, we come from our context, as you mentioned. The way that we do it at CNN specifically is that we try to be as transparent as possible with where our information is coming from. So we're citing it, we're linking back, and then people can click through and make their own determinations.
But you're kind of outsourcing it to people like, okay, we did our job, this is a huge pool of information for you, and then you need to dig deep in order to understand if it's
No,
really
that's not
truthful.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have a takeaway, right? So we'll have a claim and then we'll have a takeaway. But all of that is linked so that if somebody then wants to go back through and say, am I sure on that, Bureau of Labor Statistics data? Am I so sure on, I don't know, the WHO's data for, COVID-19 deaths or whatever? So I do think your point is a good one. I don't know that I have like a perfect solution to it. I can only sort of say what we do to try to give people not an unreasonable pool of data, because I do think that's the other emotional picture that we're all dealing with, is just there's too much information. It's like a tsunami of information. There's a brilliant Georgian outlet called Coda Story. Maybe you've seen it. The founder of Coda Story wrote this great piece last year, and the title was Noise as New Censorship, which basically, it sort of points back to what you're saying, which is like, how can people make sense of all this data? And I think the best that we can do, especially when we're fact-checking at CNN, is that we try to show our work as much as possible. And then people can decide.
Yeah, but again, it's outsourcing to people. So you're trying to be transparent, but you're outsourcing to people. And anyway, we are coming to the point when we need to educate people. But right now it's too late. And if we will begin now, it will be just for our children or our grandchildren.
I don't know that it's ever too late.
I am like... globalizing. But what I wanted to say.
So is it a 6 or a 9?
Yeah. So the question is still open, and the more we hire people, for example, or organize people to do this fact checking, the more we have potential to corrupt this data eventually, because there will be somebody who will be for pro 9 and somebody who will be pro 6, etc. So current state is kind of peer-to-peer review. So there is a team or there is a company when there are many people, they're checking after each other, and eventually there is a kind of index of trustworthy for this information. So this is basically already Wikipedia, but on the local scale.
If I might intervene, it's not Wikipedia. There are very specific approaches and very specific legislation on the topic.
Yeah. I meant Wikipedia style of peer-to-peer reviews. So I meant this one. Yeah. So, and do you see any potential role of, for example, using the scaling this peer-to-peer review and using these big data possibilities, which we have more and more today, especially with AI technologies, where, for example, some AI system can randomly pick those peers, so it will be more difficult to corrupt them and to engage with them in order to influence the results and so on and so forth, and what scale it's possible to do?
I'm trying to follow up a little. Is that a question on the, let's say, integrity of the fact-checking organizations?
It's a question about the information itself. So how can we ensure in the end that this information is not corrupted, which we checked and kind of this is a fact?
Yeah, this is actually extremely important, but this goes back to the principal values of trust. When it comes to fact-checking organizations, at least in Europe, but I think it should be pretty much the same in the UAE, there are very specific protocols that they have to work. There is a code of ethics. There is everything in place that should normally ensure the integrity of the bodies and the credibility and the quality of the work. This is one thing, but as I mentioned earlier, I think that if we keep on focusing too much on the processes of fact-checking and debunking fake narratives, instead of spending a little bit more time, more money, more energy, more support to creating credible stories, I think we might be going in the wrong direction. This will be a race that never ends, right? So I think let's move it the other way around. There has been a lot of initiatives when it comes to the ethical standards of media. There has been initiatives trying to label the media according to how compatible their work to ethical rules is. Is that a good practice or a bad practice? In my understanding, and in the understanding of quite a few European institutions, this is a controversial practice because it's a dynamic process, right? You can probably do extremely ethical journalism today that does not guarantee that you will do the same tomorrow. So it's a dynamic process we need to follow. I think your point is really important, but if we keep focusing on the work of debunking instead of creating, then I think we kind of miss the point here.
Yeah, I agree with you. That is why I would vote maybe for solutions which will not eliminate, it's impossible, as you mentioned, human presence in any process, but minimize it or makes it so random that it will be impossible to corrupt this process. And then as soon as this process is established and kind of fixed, then it can run, and people who actually essence of everything, they then can work on creation of narratives rather than just constantly fighting and participate in this race.
So if I may, just to clarify a bit the discussion, because I think that it is needed to have in mind the following, that do we have a certified lay, let's say, process regarding fact-checking? Yes. There exist two major organizations. One of them it is IFCN from Poynter Institute, that actually certifies the fact-checking capabilities, process, and integrity, which is the main thing, in the core element of the question. The other one, it is EFCN, a European initiative that follows the same example, and that was actually the results of the necessity to regulate the field, as you were mentioning with your question, to be certain that the organization that fact-checks follows a specific procedure. But I think that what we should have from the panel is that we should not only have in mind and focus on the fact-checking element as a technical procedure, but actually move beyond that and actually see how it can be integrated and be part of, let's say, media institutions, etc. Let's move to the next question.
Just 30 seconds from my side, and I move into the guy behind. So just a quick example. What you mentioned, I completely agree with you. Mm-hmm. And just a few weeks ago, I was in Munich on another event which was related to misinformation and so on. And there was an organization from the US, which is really great. They created a website where you can check any relation between different other websites, media, and so on. It was great. Mm-hmm. But the team is like kind of 3 people. And what they're doing, they established this, it's super cool tool, which used by another 3 people.
Yes.
And that's it. So the tool is great. It's here. It's available. Anyone can use it. But nobody uses it.
No, I agree to that aspect, but among the criteria, a very important one, it is actually the enrichment of the fact-checking. So let's move on to the next one. Yes.
Now? Yeah.
Yes.
Very great points here. I mean, thanks for sharing your insights, the panel. What I'd like to mention is what I believe is that right now, if someone comes with a real image of an alien and it's fact-checked that it's true, 1/3 of the population would say, oh shit, what do we do now? 1/3 would choose to believe that this is fake because they want to spread fear, and 1/3 would not care. So belief is a strong factor. So, and my favorite quote is, you will always find the evidence what you choose to believe. So even if you fact-check something, try to fact-check history books, 9/11, the war now in Russia. People choose to believe what they want to believe. So I think the most important part here was trust. How can we build trust? I mean, for me, anyone can say anything about my life partner, I would say it's fake. Even if it's a deep fake, I would say it's fake. I would not believe that she would say certain things. So that's, I think, the most important thing here, the humanization of all this part, to deepen our understanding how humans work, what are their motives, and most probably maybe distinguish between misinformation and disinformation. So my question would be, what does success look like?
Thank you. Let's take the last question as well, and then I will pass the microphone to the panel. Okay. Thank you. Jens, and then let's...
There are two ways to try and change your belief and mine. One is to fact check it. Another one is to try and suggest a different one through a good story, a good meaningful story. I would opt for the second one.
So the first question was, what does success look like? But I almost feel like you posed it in your question. It's 100% of people believing it's an alien. If it's an alien, I think that's what success looks like. The question about challenges for the U.S. election, I think it's fatigue. I think there's the information space is very complicated at the moment. To my friend in white, I've blanked on your name, but I'm sure we're going to talk a lot. The question that you asked about corruption of data is something that I'm thinking, I don't think that was exactly your question, but it's something that I'm thinking a lot about, because it's almost like the internet is as pristine now as it will be probably in our lifetimes, as we have AI regenerating AI and AI and AI and AI. And so your question about how to, ensure a clean drinking well, if you will, is an important one. But I think in general, fatigue. Americans are pretty tired. We see Americans tuning out of all kinds of information, and overcoming that fatigue is a real challenge. So I think for the U.S. right now, success in the information space is figuring out how to reach people who are just exhausted and tired, whether it's still pandemic or inflation, which Americans are very concerned about, these kinds of things. And just, it's been more political drama than most Americans are accustomed to, or older Americans anyway, for a long time. So getting Americans to re-engage in the information space is, I think, the biggest challenge.
Bilal, do you want to say a few words as we reach the end?
Yeah, I was actually asking if someone could tap the question on AI, because I didn't get it well. I'm not sure that I get it well, But if it's a matter of AI-generated disinformation surrounding the elections, yeah, I can say something. So quickly, my notice so far is that it's a kind of, there's kind of this phantasm around AI-generated disinformation, especially in Africa. And I was having this discussion a few days ago when someone was, defending the fact that, yeah, there is this AI-generated disinformation, we need to get ready to tackle it. And I was like, okay, from the beginning of the year till now, you are a fact-checking organization. What is the rate, the proportion of the AI-generated content that you have encountered and fact-checked? The response was less than 5%. And I was in Germany early June, where we had a presentation made by the Berkman Street Fund, where even in Germany, the AI-generated disinformation, based on the survey that they had, was 7%. So, yeah, don't misquote me. There is this AI-generated disinformation, but it's not to that extent that everybody is considering it nowadays. So, rather than focusing our efforts on spotting and debunking this AI-generated content that doesn't exist in this extent that we are believing, we should focus our efforts into, as I mentioned, building some tools powered by this AI that will enable us to be more effective in our work. And so that is what I can say for this AI question. And I hear the question whether what can success look like? Because people choose to believe. They choose to believe what they want. Actually, yeah, we cannot give up the fight, And I believe that fact-checking is still effective. Even though sometimes when you fact check some claims and you end up showing that it's true or false, and it doesn't plead the whole bulk of the population, they can't dislike you. For instance, let us say, in these countries that are under the junta governments, we had a claim circulating in Burkina Faso or Mali, I can remember, where they say that, yeah, France was invading the country. And they were using, a picture that was totally taken out of the context. And when a fact-checking organization performed the job and showed that this claim was false, they were called the stateless. I mentioned it before. This is the way they call them, because they have said that, they had the guts to say that this is not France invading the country nowadays. So, yeah, people will believe strongly in some ideas, some opinions. Yes, we will keep, fighting to separate facts from fiction. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie, final word?
Yeah, thank you very much. So from my side, it's basically 3 points. The first one is, as I already indicated at the beginning, that the combating disinformation shouldn't be just at the time of the elections, but it should be a continuous process throughout the whole democratic lifestyle, as I already mentioned at the beginning. Another point is regarding the tech companies and AI. So I think that policymakers should implement and enforce regulations such as, for example, EU's Digital Service Act. And also it should be mandatory to disclosure AI-generated content and political advertisement. And as I already mentioned, platforms should take proactive steps to monitor and actually remove harmful content. And one more, the third point from my side is the gender-based disinformation, which I was talking about. And this should be addressed by providing special protections for female candidates, electoral officials, and also journalists. And these efforts, according to my opinion, should include, for example, enforcing stricter penalties for online harassment, promoting gender inclusivity, and also encouraging the active participation of women in democratic processes. And just to answer or point out the question that was here about the belief or not belief, I think that there are basically three groups of people: those who believe disinformation, those who believe facts, and those who actually don't know what to believe, actually. And I think that we should basically focus on these people before the disinformation ecosystem takes them and pulls them to their side.
Actually, a panel that covered the worldwide approach, Asia, Africa, Americas, and Europe. And we are more than happy to have these panelists with us. Bilal, Yanis, Emma, Natalie, thank you very much for being with us. Just an applause for these excellent speakers. I hope that we have actually opened up the space for the discussion that will follow. We have with us the U.S. Consular in Thessaloniki. I would like to ask him just to say hello. And just to say a few words to you.
Good to see you again. How are you? I'm okay. Great to see you. It's good to be with you today, everybody. I hope you can hear me. This great location. We've had a long-standing cooperation with DCN for, wow, at least a couple of years now, right? I would say a couple, 3-4 years. The work is tremendously important. We've worked on Ukraine issues, supplying refugees with tablets and headphones and microphones so that they could tell a better version of the story. And I think that was a great point, whoever made it. That's just really a great point. That sometimes your best antidote to disinformation is saying the truth in a better way, so that it's more captivating and you capture more people that way. I don't know what the process is to go tit for tat on everything in a react mode, but I imagine that could get quite exhausting too in the media. So sometimes maybe just telling a better narrative more factually is the best antidote. I'm looking forward to talking to many of you. It seems like you're up against a break. Yeah. Is that right? So happy to mingle with you during the break and talk with you more later. And I hope you're enjoying the program. It looks great. Thank you very much, Nico.
Thank you. Now, so it's now a coffee break, and we will sum up after 10-15 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Just waiting for our last panelist to also come. But first, Rosa, can you please join us? Peter, and your notes. And I will start by saying why I'm so excited about this panel, because I've started as an NGO, civic NGO person 7 years ago. And I ended up doing with my co-partner in coordinating this also media project. So I like the intersection of things and the intersectionality of things. And I think that in the civil society, broadly speaking, we are too less often meeting in halfway the other people, the journalists, the creative people, the tech industry, because we feel like we have to be very separate. But in these times, I think being in the intersection of things is much more important. And to give you a context and explain more why I'm happy to be here with these people, these very cool people, I will start by just saying briefly where they come from, and then I will give the floor to them to share a few things about their work. And I will start with Rosa, who is currently the communication specialist at the European Cultural Foundation and author at Party, correct? And she has a special relation with Thessaloniki, and I will let her explain better about that. And then we move on to our next guest.
Yes, I love that pitch. Thessaloniki is my hometown, but also that would mean that most of you would think, oh, she's Greek. I actually became Greek 6 years ago. So this is what we call in politics, and I'll talk more about it, the story of self. So I grew up here, but my parents come from neighboring Albania. growing up in a family that has experienced what it is to live under tyranny, under communist dictatorship, especially in this one that was quite hybrid and a little bit confusing, I think, for its people, gave me this perspective from an early age to want to contribute, to bring forth some change. And when I heard that journalists are the watchdogs of democracy, I was like, yeah, this is it. I'm going to speak truth to power. Long story short, I studied journalism, globalization, communications all around the world. But back in 2018, for one or another reason, which I'm very happy to discuss, the struggles of investigative journalism with some of you at some other point, I started working in the European Parliament. I did a couple of projects in the Committees of Civil Liberties and Constitutional Affairs. If I'm talking too much, you interrupt me. All right, because I feel like as women don't take enough space to talk about ourselves, so I'm trying to do that today. Yes. So then after the Parliament and this whole disillusion of am I bringing forth change by constantly reporting and confirming biases of people that are actually following the news that I'm consuming and doing, and yeah, you can disagree with all of this later. I decided to start working with progressive political parties, so building campaigns, electoral campaigns, communication campaigns, getting what I thought was the right people out there so we can ignite change by changing constitutions and policies. I finished the campaign trail 2 months ago. Our campaigning was quite a successful experience. So I worked for Volt Europa, which is a really, really small, progressive pan-European party. We call it a political startup. That was a great experience. And now, after having done all of that, I'm working with the European Cultural Foundation, and we're focusing more on creating European sentiment, on promoting what it is to be a European, and not a European Union citizen, an actual European from back to forth. And we do that by promoting cultural initiatives, by promoting arts and culture, and by putting culture in the center of policy making, because it's often undermined. And I can talk more about that later, but I will stop now.
Thank you. And now we move to Peter, who comes from Hungary, and he works in the media sector. And I'll let him briefly introduce his work.
Hey, I'm Peter. I'm from Hungary. I worked as a journalist for 18-ish years, which was great. I encourage you to try that. Not necessarily for 18 years, however long is comfortable for you. In Hungary, since the current government came to power in 2010, there was a lot of pressure on independent media in various forms. One of the main ways the government tries to interfere with independent media production is through interference on the business side of news, on the advertising market, on the funding. I launched a newsroom in 2013, and soon after that we realized that we needed to figure out the funding side more than we needed to figure out the content. Content is, of course, at the core of it, but we had good journalists to do that. But we had a problem making things sustainable, especially in a hostile environment. So I gradually moved from editorial roles to more managerial roles and ended up working in media funding now exclusively. So last year, I launched a new organization, the Center for Sustainable Media. We are working in Central Eastern Europe, both in Hungary, but also in Romania, Poland, Bulgaria, and all the other countries. We work with independent publishers, but we also work with big funders, both the European Commission and some US entities and big private philanthropic initiatives. And we are trying to, all our work connects to financial sustainability somehow. So how to, create an environment and fund ways to fund media more effectively. And yeah, I don't need to disagree with you, right? Okay.
Maybe we find something to disagree on later on, but not to I will. It's elections, so we definitely will find something. The topic. So now to show you that the broad area that we are focusing is much more than our first two speakers. We also introduced a very core civic society, civil society and civic sector, especially from Romania. Ionuț is leading one of the. We jokingly says that they are the parents of so many NGOs in Romania. But Ionuț, I will let you explain more.
Yeah, so I'm from Civil Society Development Foundation. It's an independent organization that was established in '94 by the European Commission. with the aim of providing the resources through an independent foundation, the resources for civil society from Brussels and not through the government. So this was our first mandate, but then we expanded beside of the re-granting part that reached in 30 years almost 250 million euros for projects of civil society in Romania. We've been working on capacity building, youth leadership in the third sector, and now lately we are focusing more and more on independent media because we started to have a huge problem in Romania with it. Also on media literacy, together with Romanian American Foundation, we started a program. Every year we fund about 30 projects, partnership, small civil society organization with schools. And we have a methodology developed by the Romanian Center for Journalism. And we work with them on media literacy. It's a pilot for 3 years. This one is the last one. So this is our attempts on, involving on the topic that you are discussing today. And my second hat, it's in Brussels. I'm one of the representatives of Romanian civil society in the European Economic and Social Committee. And like an anecdote, 17 years ago, together with a colleague of mine from Lithuania, we wrote an own initiative opinion about Russian disinformation. Because at that time the Baltic started to feel it, and all our colleagues from Western Europe, they were laughing at us, telling us that we are creating fake problems. So look where we are today, but 17 years ago, nobody, especially from Western Europe, thought that this is a problem, and they put it on our anti-Russian sentiment in the Eastern Europe.
Oh, on this thought, I remember in 2021, I was in Kiev and I was having a discussion with someone about the looming Russian threat. And he said, you Eastern Europeans, you're always so obsessed about Russia. You keep talking about them all the time. And you're just giving them power because you talk about them. And I said, no, but I'm a generation away from seeing Russian tanks in our country. We are kind of still traumatized. But and unfortunately, I was the one right to talk so much about them because in less than a year, the Russian tanks again invaded an independent country. But on this thought, and I remember that Emma said at this point earlier today, mentioned 2015 in a different context. And I remember that on my Facebook, which I rarely use now, I saw a reminder of what were you doing 9 years ago. And it felt from not just a different life, but from a different world. And that because everything afterwards just felt like a roller coaster. And the next question is a little bit open to you because I want your opinions on the elections until this point in this year. Especially we had the very fresh experience of France, which kept the entire Europe like on the verge of a mental breakdown. And it will continue to be more complicated. In Romania, for example, we have this year all rounds of elections, so the roller coaster has just begun for us. But what do you feel? How was it? And I'll start from Rosa, because you have a little more hands-on in the election process this year. What's your opinion?
Yeah, so my focus is sniper vision. I often forget that there is national elections and then European elections, but we usually say that in the European elections you also see reflected the national sentiment. So I've spent the last 1.5 years building a campaign with a progressive, pan-European, federalist-leaning party that wants to unite Europe, right? So as you can imagine, that was quite a nice task. We started from almost nothing, with no funding, with no resources, and we managed to get 5 MEPs on the door instead of 1 that we had before. So I think this 500% success taught us a lot of things. But I'm not going to promote a party that I no longer work for. What I'm going to talk about, I think, is the couple of things that I've been noticing lately. First of all, it is quite soon. We are quite soon, and we do not have, let's say, a sober understanding of what's exactly going to happen. Not all pieces have fallen into place. There's still committees that need to be adjourned. There's still groups that are being formatted. Like yesterday, I read on Politico that now the ID group has been transformed to be called Patriots for Europe. Just let that sink in. Patriots for Europe. And we are talking about the third biggest far-right group in the parliament. So the moment you have the far right entering your doorstep, and we have experienced this in Greece twice with the Golden Dawn, you can talk about a shift towards more discriminatory conservative policies. So there's a lot to be talked about what's going to happen and what the effects are going to be in the way that we craft and at the end mainstream policies when you have a group that might be blocking things that are liberal, are progressive, or at least democratic or centrist, like regardless of where you come from, right? So I believe in the power of democracy, and I did work with progressive parties, but at the end of the day, it's about doing what gives more rights to people. So I do not like the fact that they're sitting there, but I'm not here to also promote fear. We're trying to debunk that. So looking at it a little bit more sober, we have to see where the commissioners are going to sit and what that does mean, what does that will mean for all of us, for the effects that this will have in our sectors. One thing that I noticed when it comes to disinformation and what we learned from running these campaigns, what we learned from the experience of trying to get people to go to vote, right? So as much as, and I heard Yannis Kotsifos before, he was talking about a lot of work that has been done to debunk information and to get voters to understand what's happening and to be interested in the elections. As much as I've been representing organizations that want to say that, in reality, I'm not sure if that actually really worked. So I'm going to use an example, and I just want you to raise your hands. We have a totally biased audience here as well, so I hope some of you know this campaign. #UseYourVote. Anybody? The EU youth ambassadors, right? 5 in the audience. You do? Okay, so, but how many of you do? Right? Look at this. So I don't want to, like, instead of bringing data and examples, and this is totally not like a substantial empirical result. Exactly, 500 organizations, media partners, fact checkers, so much money and funding put into getting people to go to vote days, weeks before the elections. That doesn't work. 50% of people actually went to vote. What does that mean? 50% of the population in the EU doesn't care about these elections. And then the results affect us all. So I think for me, and if anybody wants to study this, please let me know. I'm happy to go back to academia. Is there a causal effect between disinformation and the fact that there is a voter apathy? Is there an effect between what young people, especially in the non-controlled space, digital space of TikTok, were exposed to? Those young voters did go to vote, and they vote for the far right or for extremist movement. What does that tell about all of us that are working in civic society, in politics, in whatever we are doing to create impact? So there's, that I think would be my, let's say, long first observation. It doesn't make me feel very hopeful when we get 50% of people not caring about these elections. And when all of these messages of activation don't come in time. Secondly, yeah, the rise of far right and what's happening with these formations of these groups, I'm a bit, I don't know if that is a lesson that I learned. It's more of like a worrisome that I have of where this is like heading us. And then there's a couple of positive things that I've also learned from my experience, but I don't know if I'm taking too much time and if you want to go to... Yes, yeah, that's okay.
So for Peter, the question is even harder because I want to focus on the media. So what did, for media, as from your experience, did the election do? Did they have any impact and the craziness before the election or not?
I'm not sure there was like a, I think for one thing, there was a lot of like anxiety around how disinformation and Gen AI is going to impact European election, and I think that effect was limited. And this is not to say that it wasn't any of that. There was, but I think largely the elections went as they were expected. There were like no huge swings, and I think that is something that newsrooms are sort of now analyzing. I think some countries like Romania, where you'll have like 5 elections this year, it's going to be more tests of like how this works and what are the effects. I think for me personally, and again, I work in funding now, so it's going to be about funding. I think the European Commission spends a lot of money on the sort of disinformation space and the media space in general, less than it should, but it still spends money. Now, some of these funding decisions are very much driven by people. So if there is someone at the Commission who really believes in this, then they are going to push for it. For example, Vera Jourova. But Vera Jourova retired from politics. She wasn't running this time. And she was the one that I think did a very good job at pushing the European Media Freedom Act forward and pushing for funding under the Journalism Partnership Scheme and even some of the funding for the European Digital Media Observatory funding umbrella. And unfortunately, it's not just her. There are some other important MEPs that are now out. And I think it kind of shows that it's very hard to build a political platform around being pro-free press or pro-anti-disinformation, like these things as a limited sort of connection with the average voter. But if there is none, then the result is going to be the people who stand up for these causes are not going to get reelected. And if they are not going to get reelected, some of the funding that they may be able to push for or advocate for, both in the parliament and in the commission, will dry up, or at least the future is going to be uncertain. So for me, again, you're right, it's kind of early to see where the chips may fall. We don't exactly know how the new commission is going to look like. We don't know who the champions of these issues are going to be in the new parliament. And I think it's part of our collective jobs here to find these people and to make sure that they advocate for the things that we believe are important. But right now, this aspect looks pretty grim. Because again, the people that were known to push for these stuffs are, some of them are gone. A small side note, this is about Hungary. Again, the Hungarian media scene is maybe slightly more unusual than some others. The government has an incredible power and influence over what's happening in the public discourse. One of the things that they've done over the course of the past few years is built this sort of faux NGO or government NGO called the Megaphone Incubator Center. This is basically a group of people, let's call them social media influencers, that flood Facebook and Instagram and every other platform with sort of low quality content as very pro-government content. And then they take funding. I think some of this funding is from the state and some of the funding is from sort of state-aligned actors, and promote the hell out of these short videos. So the videos are basically a person standing in front of the camera and saying either the government is great or the opposition is terrible, or, you know, versions of this. Now, this has been, they spent tens of millions of euros during the campaign, and there's a huge resource imbalance. No one, including the opposition, but also independent media actors or civil societies, can match their funding. So the public sphere, or at least large part of the public sphere, is inundated with these messages. Some of these are factually wrong. We ran a project that was funded by the European Media Information Fund, EMIF, under the EDMO umbrella, that fact-checked some of these videos. And of course, some of them are blatantly false. But I think and somebody made a point in the earlier panel, is not to persuade maybe anyone of any particular point, is just to make noise. And the result of the noise, as you pointed, is to turn people off from public participation altogether. It's so confusing, everybody is so loud, everybody is so brash. Let's not even, like, I'll spend time with my family. I don't have bandwidth for this nonsense. And then we'll end up with the kind of results that we end up with. So this is my short take.
Thank you so much. It's to continue on your thought, is Romania is a very anti-Russian country because of history and facts. And we always wondered, what does the Russian disinformation wants from Romanians? Because we know they are trying to push narratives, and they are successfully sometimes pushing them. But they don't want us to convince to embrace the Russian culture or to look to the East instead of the West. But they want us to be confused and tired and exhausted, and to say everybody's lying or everybody's saying the truth at the same time. So it's too much for us. So that's basically what they want: noise, a lot of noise. And for the civil sector especially, what do these elections mean?
So I will try to cover it from EU perspective. I think the problem that we have at European civil society is that we are failing all the time to bring EU agenda on the debate of EU elections. Always, and even in the Nordic countries, members, the EU elections are a referendum for the current government. So this is a very important issue that we always try to let's say, to change this dynamic, but totally unsuccessful. And again, I think, in the European election, only the European topics that were part of this disinformation scenario, that is the Ukraine war, that is the migration, and the Green Deal, were in the debate, but in the negative part of it, the wrong side of the EU. The Green Deal linked with the farmers, the blockage of the roads and cross-border in Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, and so on. So there was nothing in terms of, cohesion policy for Central and Eastern Europe, linked with the economic development of those new member states. So foreign policy. So this is an issue that we have always, every 5 years, and we cannot find a successful way, civil society to change the dynamic. Now, if you look to the last European barometer, 81% of the EU citizens agreed that news or information that misrepresents reality or it's false is a problem to democracy. So, in a large extent, the European citizens, they acknowledge the influence of fake news and disinformation. And there is a very interesting report, if you have the curiosity to look upon, of European Digital Media Observatory. And before the election, they put forward the objective of disinformation actors inside and outside EU, that they seek to undermine the integrity of the electoral process, what you said, trust in democratic process at large, and show division and polarization in the society. So this was, the big framework that they worked. And there are at least 3 good non-governmental organizations at the EU level that they look to this process before and after. Is the European Digital Media Observatory, the European Fact-Checking Standard Networks, and EU versus Disinfo. All of them, they have reports, and you could have a look on it. And I tried to summarize from those reports what are the main areas of that the Disinfo focus. The first is false info about the vote. And this was also in Romania promoted on Telegram and Facebook, TikTok, and so on. Discourage citizens from voting. For Russia and for all these people outside, a 20%, like it was in Slovakia, for instance, for 2 times the presence of the vote, or Czech Republic, or other country, this is a big win. The low presence to attendance to the vote, show division and polarization as ahead of the vote by hijacking high-profile or controversial topics, and this was France. I mean, this is by definition, but also in other countries. For instance, in link with Ukraine, I know Slovakia and Hungary, they had this issue of drafting for the war in Ukraine that was promoted. At least we got it in Romania through our colleagues from Transylvania, from Hungarian media. Then it was the fourth area, it's flooding the information space with an abundance of false and misleading info, all with the aim of hijacking the public debate. Top politicians and leaders are targeted by information manipulation campaign, especially the ones that are pro-EU, and policies of EU targeted. I already mentioned the 3 policies that, according to this report, they were part of the discourse. And of course, I will give you an example. It's a Finnish company called Checked First that they issued an investigative report. It's called Operation Overload. I don't know if you heard about it. It's about flooding, the space and targeting about 800 fact checkers with abundance of information to overload them with false info and drain their resources. So these are more or less, according to these reports, the main tools that were used during these elections. And you, Rosa, you said that 50% it's not where are the other 50% of the citizens, why they didn't vote. But I think that with all the campaigns against EU elections and Europe in general in all the countries, and what happened in Netherlands, Italy, and so on, I think for me it was still a good result, because this was one of their targets, to have as much as possible a lower turnout to the vote.
I mean, I get that argument, but also as somebody who has maybe fatigue running 3 years this electoral trail, the argument of it could be worse or vote for the least bad, I feel like it's a little bit tiresome at this point. Yes, sure, it could have been worse. Maybe 2019 we had similar turnout, but the years before it was way lower. Yes, we had to battle all of these digital monsters. Yes, people did show up. But at the end of the day, when they did show up also, what exactly did they vote? So I would say I like your perspective of optimism, and we do try to do hope-based communications. But personally, I see this more of a red flag of, all right, so what happens in the next term when we will have this super powerful AI that we are not even like we're running, and the EU is doing great with the DCA and all of these AI acts, but will we be able to catch up with it? And what about this overload of information? Will we be able to counter it with positive narratives like the ones that I've been working on the last 3 years? So I get your point, and I see that, and I would say I love that for you. But when it comes to how I see it, yeah, it's just not enough. There's so much resources, so much investment, so much personal and operational, institutional like worth and like sweat and tears and blood and pain or whatever that is put into this process, that the fact that it doesn't reach the citizens, or that we start this process so late, why don't we talk about transparency of the institutions, how the EU works, how the EU affects you and you and you and you every day in your life, not me as a highly educated, privileged person that happens to live in Brussels or the Netherlands, and I'm actually talking about myself in those brackets now, but it wasn't touching me when I was an Albanian resident that lived in Greece and had to fight every year for my residency permit. So I see it, right? 50%, 50 plus something it was, right? I think. But yeah, just for me, it's a little bit not enough. But this is a personal also viewpoint of somebody that ran the campaigns. Seeing it from civil society, because now I work for a foundation and I've worked with NGOs before, I get that. It could be way worse. So let's work with what we have.
Yeah, it's like Schrodinger's cat here. Like I feel like everybody has a different opinion on. I ask people, what do you feel about European Parliament elections? I'm like, oh, they're amazing. The results are amazing, and I'll be like, oh my God, they're horrible. So they're not horrible. They're not horrible, but not great, not terrible. Please, Peter.
I just wanted to say I think there's a lot of individual effort, as you said, sweat and tears. I'm not sure there's in terms of resources, if you look at the various actors that are spending in this field on the sort of spreading disinformation, there's no parity here. And again, I'm not just talking about individual governments, maybe what's happening in Hungary, but globally, the investment that Russia or China makes in some of these infrastructure versus what the EU spends. The new EDMO call is 1.3 million per national/regional hub over 36 months. EDMO, sorry, the EDMO is the European Digital Media Observatory that you were mentioning. EDMO is one of the, let's say, 2 or 3 big institutions that the European Commission is funding to tackle disinformation. Are you aware of every EU country has a national or a regional hub? Are you aware of yours? That's what I mean. Okay, I was on the executive board of EDMO, so thank you for we've done a great job. but it's also, and again, I don't want to like blame the lack of resources, but there is not enough, and it's not immediately clear who's supposed to fund it, because I think there is a limit to how state or like supranational actors can fund this. Some of it, independent media, I think when it gets to state funding, it's a bit tricky. If you accept funding, there's going to be some distrust. So you have some intermediary organizations. And on the market, the platforms have kind of opposing interest, or at least they are only optimizing for engagement and nothing else. So for Meta, in Hungary, the government spending a lot of money spreading disinformation on Meta is profit for Meta, and it's great. And they don't care about, and so this is what I'm saying, like, there is a lot of resources, so compared to that, and I'm not 50% good or bad, I'm not sure. I'm just saying I don't think there's a lot of resources or enough resources.
Yeah, I'm going to do a last round of questions, then I move towards you. If you have any kind of questions, please feel free to think about them until the next pause that we will have. But until then, the European elections are just one part of the big picture, let's say. We had 2 elections we didn't expect until July. We had the UK elections and the France elections, like they were bonus on top of all this. And but every time that we meet in the civil society and with journalists and the good guys, very broadly speaking, if the funders or the people who are supporting us are saying, you have to save democracy. You have to fight to save democracy. Democracy is on the table. And we are like, yeah, can we compare budgets, like the civil society budgets with the political parties' budgets, or with the Chinese or Russian money who are pouring into different parts of Europe? It is not, we are with sticks and they are with machine guns. It's completely unequal fight. And we only have to rely on the common sense of regular people who will kind of understand that this is good for them. But in the beginning of the year at least, I was expecting AI, as you said, to be far more engaged in disinformation this year. So summing up, the lessons, was something that surprised you, good or bad, or something that you said, I will know it next time. So did anything pop up for you? And I'm going to start with you, Rosa.
Yeah, so now we'll speak within the hat of doing this political trail. We understood really on that we have to find this digital monster. We're a very, very small organization, and we actually advocated for things that were either a little bit strange for people or too European, too optimistic, right? We were attacked by a lot of trolls. We had a lot of attempts also to put down our profiles with like 40,000 followers. It was a very interesting thing to realize that the moment you start like breaking that silo and bringing this more positive narrative, you will have immediately counter narratives. So what we did is that we actually developed quite a punchy campaign. Am I allowed to curse? So one of our campaign slogans in Germany, maybe you guys have seen it, was "Don't be an asshole." So that's how we just fluctuate the whole street, yes. And the other one was "More eyes" to connect to the climate emergency. We realized really early on that people, especially young people online, get flooded by all of these simplistic and some disinformation-based arguments. So we decided to create our factual ones, but let's say following a little bit this simplistic narrative to see if it worked. And it actually really worked without being populist in any way. We had a really good campaigning program. We had really strong, let's say, messages. So that's like a lesson that I took from this whole experience. There's going to be a floodgate of misinformation, disinformation coming. We're going to bring a positive, alternative narrative. It's going to be strong in your face, and you will see it. Don't be an asshole. Right? This was one thing that I'm sorry for cursing. I'm really sorry. I hope it's okay.
We'll edit it. It's okay.
All right. Thank you. Has happened before. And I think the other thing that I'm taking, as I'm also, let's say, for a bit taking a break from the institutional EU bubble, although I'm not really taking a break because we're running advocacy campaigns. So we're running a campaign to place culture in the forefront of decision-making and policy-making in Brussels. And what we're seeing there is that now that we have this. And I agree, the results are not as bad as we thought in terms of far-right voting, but there is a clear direction towards more conservative policies. With this third far-right group coming in now, I do believe we're going to see, at least when it comes to policies, let's say, directing or trying to get more diversity, more inclusivity. We might have some hassles, we might have things being blocked. So, yeah, I think that at the end of the day, they did manage to break the silos where us, from the democratic institutional world or from the EU bubble world, didn't even manage to engage people enough to understand what the European elections are, that we don't have your political parties, but we have political groups in the parliament, what the commission is, well, like, what are these councils, what are all these bodies, and what are we actually doing? Why is it important for you to vote, and how does that affect your life? So if I would change something, and I'm pretty sure there's many people who have this idea, but for some reason this idea is blocked around this like big chain of like decision making, would be to start propagating this now, today. Today we should start talking about this. So in 5 years, this becomes owned experience and information for the rest. So I think sometimes we do too little when it comes to funding and too late. And that's where we find ourselves today, feeling a little bit like, yeah, it wasn't that bad, but yeah, it wasn't that good. And what happens now? So we, in the space that I am in the culture sector, we're all keeping our breath, hoping that the commissioner that's going to come is not going to be a friend of Orban's and his pals, and it's going to block every initiative that we're trying to promote diversity, inclusivity, and human rights. So I'm gonna rest there.
Thank you. Peter.
Yeah, it's kind of a similar point, maybe worded differently. I think when AI exploded, I don't know, maybe 18 months ago into like public consciousness, I think there was a lot of like worry about how it's going to affect political processes. And I think that was looking, disinformation, of course, is a very complex program, but I think there you can look at it from like supply side or demand side. And so if you look at the supply side, how difficult it is to produce false information or alter information, yes, AI changing the equation there quite a bit. But if you're looking at it as a demand side problem, there are sort of varying trends, but that's independent of AI. And I think what the European elections showed that right now this is more a demand side problem in the sense that the supply side got really a boost with AI tools. So there was an option for a great many people to inundate the public space with disinformation, with fake images, to manufacture voices of people, and some of it has happened, but the impact wasn't catastrophic. So that makes me think that it's more about who are the people who want to believe in these things, why are they want to believe in these things, and maybe some of the fixes needs to focus around them, partially because I think there's no stopping some of the technology that is already out there, and it would be, because of the limited resources, we need to like prioritize. So I would say prioritize on that.
You're not.
Lesson learned.
Yeah.
Oh, difficult. So at the broader level of civil society, European civil society, what we learn is that we should have, one document after elections to present it to the leaders. We've done with Civil Society Europe, social platform, some mailing to the candidates to the European Parliament. It was a plea for thriving civic space. Of course, it was based more on calling the people on the list in your country that please sign it. So yeah, we didn't, it was not successful. If the people don't read us and the candidates and sign it, so they don't perceive us as an important player. So the lesson learned will be how we'll do it next time. But what we've done good, it was 2 weeks ago in Warsaw. We have this rotating presidency. Every 6 months a country is taking the presidency. Now it's Hungary, but then we'll have Poland.
Make Europe great again.
And Poland has a very strong focus on civic space and civil society for the next, from January to July next year. So we agreed all the platforms and organizations through a letter to the EU leaders on 6 points. In 2 weeks we'll send it to the leaders. Now we are gathering signatories, and we had a policy paper when we looked from the last document that was in Bucharest. It was developed by Israel Butler from Civic Liberties at that time. What we achieved as European civil society, what not, and what are the to-do list in our conversation with the politicians. And we have 6 points that it's a great thing it's difficult to agree among us. These points. Of course, we want a Vera Jourova, the vice president, with a portfolio, so a commissioner at the level of vice president, with a more specific, job description on civic space, civil society, including disinformation and all this area. So this is one of the point. Another point, I don't know if you heard about FRA, Fundamental Rights Agency. It's one of the agencies of the European Union. They started to help us in our advocacy efforts, civil society at the European level, also national level, on civic space, on defending civic activists. So they have a very good policy proposal. And it's once when you as an NGO, you're coming in front of European Commission or the Parliament, and you propose something, it's totally different than when it's the Fundamental Rights Agency report and proposal. So we want them to be able to issue opinions the way that Venice Commission is doing it for the area of constitutionality and so on. Of course, we are talking about money and about resources. Citizens, Equality, Rights and Value. The program is 1.4 billion. We want, to keep it at least at the same size for the next budget. It will be very difficult to work with this parliament in order, they were on our side last time in the discussion with the council. So how we bring forward this program in a way to respond to all these new trends, but also to be more focused on organizational grants and re-granting in the country, because small organizations, they will not be able to write fancy proposals in English for 60,000 euros on the European Commission portal. So it's important to have, these re-granting schemes in the member states. And of course, we always want to be treated at the same level, at the dialogue level with trade unions and employers, so to go beyond the social dialogue, to go to the civic dialogue, and our platforms to be on the same level with ETUC, that it's the trade unions, or Business Europe, that is the employers' umbrella. So yeah, if you are interested, Civil Society Europe website, you will find the letter and the paper that we discuss it in Warsaw. And this is, the lesson learned, what we want in the next 5 years to achieve. Thank you for being on.
Thank you. I'm going to take this gender bias here. I just want to say that we're running an advocacy campaign and we have the same issues, the looming thread of who's going to be in charge where. So after this panel, we can talk about it. But nice speech and good to hear your demands.
Also, just to say that the largest sort of budgetary unit of the European Commission is the MFF, the Multi-Year Financial Framework. And the next Commission and the next Parliament is going to be critical in deciding what the next MFF is going to look like in terms of priorities and amounts. So if any of you wants to advocate for the things that we spoke about or something completely different, from next January, I said you have 18 to 24 months to find your representative, to find organizations that agree with you, and to push for whatever agenda we want to push for, because then the MFF is going to be locked up. There's going to be, of course, a lot of compromise, and yes, the Parliament and the Council, it's going to be difficult, but now there is a window at least to do something, and that is going to be locked in for 7 years after. So consider this.
Thank you so much. And I would like to open the floor for you if you have any questions from the room. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you a question. So you talk about Romania and Russian influence in Romania, that it's not really working because Romanian people are not really supporting Russia. And there is Moldova, which is next door to Romania, which has really a big historical bond with Romania, which is, from my perspective, a little bit shifting from year to year, more far away from Romania because of Russian influence, which is greater than in Romania. And can you maybe give a few words from your opinion on how to deal with such these situations, where your neighbor can be dragged away, even regardless of great connections and history and so on and so forth, by this additional propaganda or side values which brought to the country and so on?
Yeah, so this question comes in one of the best years of Moldova, actually. I think it's in one of the best points it has ever been, actually. They are closer to the European Union than ever. The Russian language channels are banned in Moldova. Television channels in Russian are also banned in Moldova. They are having in October presidential elections at the same time a referendum for them joining the EU. Here maybe Ionuț can add on it about how closer they are getting. So I think, but this is from my perspective, I might be wrong, we are in the best time of the Romanian and Moldovan relationship. I think first of all because of the leadership in Moldova right now, which is very pro-Western, is very focused on getting the country into the EU, and is also in a mature relationship with Romania. So now the language in Moldova is officially Romanian, which until now has been Moldavian, which is very like we were playing a game where we were pretending that we are not speaking the same language. So I think it's the best time. Of course, it's a huge risk because they have a huge pathway into Moldova with the Russian disinformation through the language, which they were taught in schools, and they are still, some people are still learning it. But I think it's the best time for them and the best chance they have and probably will ever have. Ionuț?
I think they have. There will be this year and next year will be, the key years for them, because as you know, if you follow the politics there, so we'll have a presidential election. Most probably, the current president will win it, but there is this referendum, and the Russian propaganda. What they want now, they're focusing on this referendum, basically on compromising it and people not to vote or vote against. Because this referendum will stand as, the will of the people of changing the course of history going towards European Union. And again, next year, if I'm not mistaken, it will be the parliamentary election. So they will put a lot of money on, and there are a lot of stories about bags of cash that are transferred to Chisinau via Istanbul, Bucharest, and so on, to fund these parties with the leaders in Moscow or somewhere in the world. So there will be a huge battlefield for EU in Moldova, and we were discussing yesterday to be with my Romanian colleagues the fact that EU should focus in order to keep the enlargement alive, to prove that enlargement is not just on the paper that will happen. So basically, in the Balkans now, the only country that you could work, and we are speeding the negotiation, opening chapters after chapter, is Montenegro. The plan is to have them by 2030 inside, because they are also NATO member, so it will be much easier to do it. It's 500,000, and so this will be a country to be swallowed by the European leaders and taxpayers. Moreover, it's a nice touristic destination, and always, they will remember about their nice coast. And I think the second that would have the chance from the eastern flank, there will be Georgia, where is there, Moldova, and Ukraine. Ukraine, there will be a huge fight for the common agricultural policy that will be an issue. So Moldova, with the small number of citizens and size and so on, it could be, if things will be, let's say, win by Democrats in the next 2 years, it could be a front runner for enlargement, of course, with the asterisk with Transnistria and all this territorial issue. But I really believe that the Republic of Moldova has the second chance after Montenegro to get in the EU before some countries in the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Growing support in Moldova to
For the Eastern Partnership, I think my colleagues might know better. For Moldova, government now, I think half of the government is made up of former civil society people or business people. So it is a success in a way of the civil society, but it also, they were the right people at the right time. So if another government would have been in place when the full-scale invasion in Ukraine happened, Moldova could have been in a different place. But with this leadership, they were very lucky to have this leadership in power who very strongly support any kind of Western integration possible. And from the Eastern Partnership, I think maybe Ionuț.
I think the key for everything that will happen in Moldova is diaspora. Bear in mind that a lot of young people are working in Romania or in EU because of the Romanian passport. It's very easy to get the Romanian citizenship. And I think this is a driving force for the change in Moldova. Though till recently the economic, let's say, power, it was by the pro-Russian minority in Moldova. Now about Eastern Partnership, it's difficult to judge it if it was successful or not, but I will look to Armenia. So I worked with Armenia for 4 years by establishing this civil society platform with them after we signed the EU partnership agreement. And when I went there before COVID, I was quite pessimist about the relation. But look, after the war, where is Armenia? They are more and more going towards EU, trying, to leave behind historical relation with Russia, and I think, in a way, the program was successful. In another way, if you look to Georgia and what's happening there, and the fact that we supported through the funding mechanism, mostly organizations that were based in Tbilisi, that was a huge mistake. So I think the program, at least the funding side, should focus more and more to civil society, grassroots organizations, small and medium enterprises, because they have also this part, trade unions, so on, outside of the capital cities that are mostly pro-European. But when we go out, it's quite depressing in all of the countries, including Moldova. It's a huge discrepancy of the pro-European, let's say, feeling between the capital city and the rest of, there are two countries, all of them.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Yeah, hello there. Well, thank you for the great panel, first of all. Ooh, a lot of heads turned around. Okay. My question would be about campaigns and campaign tactics. I wanted to ask you to share what campaign tactics do you think are the most effective from your experience. If you could share certain cases also of certain campaigns. Because, for example, I was just thinking and while listening to you, in US, I think in 2020, they did this campaign called Do Not Vote, which was mainly targeted for young audiences because we know that young people usually do not vote. And it was basically a campaign where a bunch of old people are staring at the camera on the blank and black screen and saying to the camera, do not vote. Like, I'm gonna vote every year, every election. I'm gonna be there. You're not gonna. And I'm gonna die soon. So, like, I don't care about anything, but I don't care about green politics because I'm going to die soon, whatever. And that, I was like 17, I think, when I saw that, and that affected me on a personal level so deeply that next year I went to work with Transparent International to be an observer for the elections and then to work on the analytics. So personally, even though I was always interested in politics, that had huge effect on me. I wanted to ask you to share maybe same examples from your experience. And next part of the question is, including celebrities into campaigns? Because you've mentioned French elections, and we've seen it's UEFA, it's championship season, everyone is watching football. We've seen how active Mbappe has been, for example. And I think it would be very interesting to do a research, like if that had any influence, because I really think it did. What do you think about that, and if you've seen any examples of that as well? Thank you so much.
Thank you, please.
I love this question. It will make me talk about the things I'm mostly excited about. So, new ways of campaigning. I mean, going back to the campaign you mentioned, why was the campaign impactful? And this is very basic. I'm not going to decode it, but because it had a good story act and it was quite emotional. It made you feel like you're going to lose something because somebody else is going to take decisions about you. So it had direct impact in your life, and it was very emotional, and it stayed with you for all of these years. I think these are just like nice premises to start building campaigns that go beyond, excuse me for saying this, a white guy in a white shirt or a blue shirt in front of like a blue background sitting there talking about the new Greece, the new Europe, right? So thinking of innovative ways to say positive stories. You mentioned celebrities, and then I will go back to like my favorite campaigns or campaigns that we run, and I was extremely proud of. I've been really engaging with a lot of influencers, but not influencers like lifestyle influencer or yoga coach. People that have enough following on social media that want to reach young audiences and actually talk about the things that we are trying to approach. The youth ambassadors are a nice way to do that, and I've been actually low-key designing a way that my organization can do that as well, because I feel like there's so much influence there. But even the case of Taylor Swift, she was all over Europe, so I guess some of you know her. She was instrumental in getting American people to go to vote, right? So yes, I think there is merit into using people that have following and are famous about what they do to promote certain, let's say, policies, organizations, as long as there is, for me, a direct link between the person that's talking and the industry that they're operating and the thing that they're trying to get you to do. But absolutely, like I'm constantly trying to work with influencers, and I would really like to eventually even design an influencer trip where you bring people from all over Europe that are, yeah, I see you. Do you want to counter? Yes. Should I give her the mic? All right. No.
But at the same time, influencers work for money. So if you think we have the opposition and the position that's holding, and we are fighting for the position, and we offer an amount of money, and they say yes, and the opposition counterparts that and says, oh, we'll give you more money if you say what we want you to say, don't you think that kind of falls under bias?
No, that's totally wrong. First of all, I would never pay somebody to promote like voter participation. You represent the mission that the organization or the person that is running for. You believe in it, and you would do that because you are interested in the domain. I would never put money behind like striking a corporate relationship between you as an influencer and me as an organization for you to promote what I'm doing. That's why I was talking more about ambassadors, about representatives, about people that have a following and a positioning in the domain that you're interested in, and do this for the sake of actually reaching through those silos and bringing that information out there. When it comes to traditional like influencers and that money exchange, I agree with you. That's very murky ground as well. And I'm pretty sure must be some regulation when it comes to political campaigns using this. So I don't think that's even possible without it being like a little bit biased. Do you know about this?
I'm a young European ambassador for the Universe East, and I'm actually the coordinator of the Moldova initiative. So
there you go.
Yeah, so like everything that was said, it was pretty much my domain as well. We do not get paid for this. We're volunteers. We do this because we're interested. We are pretty much advocating for what we are advocating and we're interested in, and also coming here and telling everybody like, oh, you should join too our initiative. It's also a way for people that sometimes don't even know where these countries are, because within the countries we have Moldova, we have Ukraine, we have Armenia, we have Georgia, Azerbaijan, we have Belarus, and it's more about raising awareness about these countries and their paths and their potential one day, hopefully sooner than later, accession to European Union, given that they made a lot of steps forward than anything else. And also one point that was raised about Moldova. I was in Moldova, and when I went in the little villages rather than the capital, it is real that, the European discourse can be somehow not perceived as the capital would be. But then if you go in the schools that were founded by the European Union, these people knew more about the European Union than I do and that we all here do, given the fact that most of us are European. Because we are born, I think that because we are born and given some possibilities and opportunities, we just take them for granted. So yes, sure, in smaller villages, there is like mostly less knowledge, but then if you go there, and I can tell you from my experience, that's not the case in Moldova at least. So, yeah.
I think your question was really valid, and there's room there to investigate and regulate that. I just wanted to maybe like retract what I said and just use the term ambassadors or representatives instead of influencers. But I will go back to her question because I didn't answer the first part of your point. So when we were beginning to design the campaign, we were faced with the, let's say, idea of what can you do differently? How can you actually differentiate yourself from the crowd and do something that's going to get people to notice you? And I always opted for like fun campaigns. So that's one that we run, and a campaign that wasn't necessarily online. So in this grand scheme of like overload of information where everybody was trying to become an influencer on TikTok, and the far right did get that better than us, we decided to do a physical campaign where we just used the colors of the party, the movement that we were running with, and just wrote, "Do you dare?" That was it. And we flooded the whole city with like a question, "Do you dare?" We did that for many weeks, to the point that we started noticing that people would like people in our networks would be wondering what this means. And how we actually ended the campaign was with a chance to get a ticket to bungee jump from a really tall point in The Hague, because you do dare, and you dare about the future. So that got a lot of young people interested. So after the first stage of just putting "Do you dare?", we started giving QR codes around the city, and then young people started following us, became part of our network. Somebody did do that bungee jump. I didn't, because I was working in it. I thought that was annoying. But yeah, so realizing that campaigns that I've actually liked crafting and working on were campaigns that usually targeted young people and were more fun, instead of just like big text on our demands, and we had 15 demands, or our legislations. So yeah, I didn't necessarily want this to be a self-promoting piece, but that's my favorite campaign because I ran it. So there you go. If anybody else has.
Just when this is in the domain of fundraising, and this is within the context of media, there was a case study recently. I don't know if you're familiar with The Guardian. It's free access, so there's no paywall, but there's like this long text of every article. Please, you've read this many. No, it's very warm outside. The climate's please. Like there are various versions of it, and they released a deck about what was the most effective in the past year and a half. And one of the ones that worked best was, I don't know if you remember this, but in 2022, the then British Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, gave a speech in Parliament, and there were protests in Britain, and people were blocking the roads. And so she said that these are the agents of chaos. And then she said, it's the Guardian reading, tofu eating, wokerati that are blocking the roads. And so the 2 weeks after, the Guardian changed the box at the bottom, and it said a message to the tofu eating wokerati. And so this was 70% more funds raised in this period to the benchmark. And this is a pretty huge result, and they have big numbers. And I think that tells you that these spoofs, and yes, maybe a less sort of formal approach, works a lot. And if you can reflect on current events fast enough, there were a lot of media noise around this statement. So they tied it back, and it worked for them very well.
I think I want a T-shirt with this, but yeah. Where do we sign up? Because we don't want to stay between you and the lunch, between your tofu.
Not this on the tofu. It's good for you.
Because we could stay here and talk for a very long time, but we should also eat. So we're going to wrap up. Thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you for giving some thought, food for thought for the audience. I'm sorry, I think I need my third coffee today. And Greek coffee, which is like, I don't know how their hearts can survive this coffee, but yeah. And just to let you know about how the day will flow, after lunch we will have the 2 sessions of workshops with Adam, and it's going to be amazing. I don't want to bring any teasers, but he's going to be amazing. And use these sessions as a starting point for tomorrow, because tomorrow it's going to be all about you. We will be working in teams specifically on ideas on how can we prepare for the next elections, because the campaigns for the next election, as Rosa said, should start on Monday, not 5 years from Monday. Okay, so good. Enjoy your food, and we see back in 1 hour, right? Approximately. Okay, thank you so much.
It's on. Test. Hello. 1 second. All right. Be good. All right. So my talk today is in 2 parts. We'll take a break about halfway through and do some coffee and stuff. But the first part is about fighting against misinformation. And it's a bit of a case study about how misinformation drives policy change and a little bit of what I view as a framework to fight against it that I hope you guys will find useful as you move into your ideation and brainstorming. And the second part is about how facts aren't enough to change behavior. And I think it was interesting that actually came up, I think one of the comments in the original Q&A was this idea that facts are not enough. And that's actually what we'll be talking about after coffee this afternoon. We've talked a lot about disinformation and misinformation this morning. But I think what's important not to miss is misinformation isn't just a problem because people believe the wrong thing. It's that these beliefs often lead to policy changes with negative impact. I think of it a little bit of like a pyramid. When we think about the role of misinformation, it's the foundation for a lot of the things that follow. This doesn't mean all misinformation will lead to policy change. Lawmakers may not introduce a bill banning sunscreen because some fitness influencer. Not yet. We'll give it a little bit. But if the narrative grows strong enough, the public will demand change, and some politician will see an opportunity and build around it. So on top of misinformation, we have policies and action, and those false narratives are often used as the rationale. And a lot of times, I think people think of policy and procedures as technical issues, but they're really expressions of power. And because of that, they have impact, and they have real impact on real people. A good example of this is anti-voter policies and voter suppression in my home state of Georgia. Georgia's a state in the United States. It's considered a swing state, so it's a very pivotal state in elections. It was one of the important ones in 2020, and a lot of people have paid attention to it. And what voter suppression is it's something that attacks your ability to get and stay and registered on the rolls, the voting rolls. It limits your ability to access the ballot or your polling places or have your vote counted. And it's something that's been talked about a lot over the last 10 years in the United States. If you look at the pyramid that I showed earlier, you can see how this sort of comes together. We're going to focus more on 2020 today, but claims of voter fraud in the 2020 U.S. presidential elections were sort of the bottom of the misinformation pyramid, right? Those false narratives. So what happened? States passed laws that allow citizens the challenge their other citizens' rights to vote. They also did things like, put in new policies around voter roll merges. They mandated some polling place closures. It really varied, but there was a ton of different states passed laws that really limited the ability of people to access the ballot and stay on the rolls. But one that I think was most important was this mass challenge law that was passed in Georgia, because it was very visible. And because of this, because this law passed, based on the myth of voter fraud, hundreds of thousands of voters had their right to vote challenged. So, you know, when I talked about that earlier, that policies are often described as technical, and procedures are described as technical, they really are expressions of power. They're decisions about who gets a say in democracy and about how power is distributed in a democracy. So what does this actually look like in the current era? The origins of voter suppression really originate in the civil rights era. And the reason it's become a topic that's really important in the United States is the Supreme Court overturned a key provision of the Voting Rights Act in Shelby versus Holder nearly 10 years ago, so 11 years ago. And what that decision did was it allowed individual states to make changes to the way they handle voting without federal approval or oversight. So in the past, from mid-1960s onward, states had to prove that if you changed something around voting, that it wouldn't have a disparate impact on minority, that it wouldn't decrease minority participation in elections. When the Supreme Court ruled in 2013 that Shelby versus Holder overturned that, and it didn't matter, it really was seen as an opportunity to shift the scales of power, and that you could change laws at a state level to change who had access to the ballot, how they could stay on the rolls, and it was seen as this way to sort of push the needle one way or the other, and that was sort of why it became so important. And if we look at the apex of when election fraud theories really reached their peak, it was 4 years ago, in 2020. And that's because the margin in that election was so small. In 2020, President Biden won Georgia by just over 10,000 votes, an election with nearly 5 million votes cast. So less than 5 votes at every polling place really swung Georgia to Biden. And obviously, some people weren't happy about that, namely President Trump. And, you know, because of this outcome, the first thing he did the next day was claim that he won the election. He immediately said the election was rigged, and he urged his supporters to, quote unquote, stop the steal. He also tried to convince some state officials to find a few thousand votes to swing the election in his favor. But it didn't happen. And it's interesting. In Georgia, the person who runs the election is actually in the same party. But they refused to help. And this was sort of a big flashpoint. But the idea that the election was stolen became a rallying cry. And really, they needed a conspiracy theory to help back it up. And there were people willing to fill that gap. There's a group called True the Vote. They came in, they hired a filmmaker. This filmmaker is a guy named Dinesh D'Souza. He'd actually previously been pardoned by President Trump for making illegal campaign contributions. And they hired him to produce a documentary film called 2,000 Mules. And that claimed the election was rigged by ballot stuffers. So what they said was they had this proprietary data that showed people's cell phone data had them near ballot boxes multiple times, and that proved that they were buying votes, collecting them, and stuffing them in the ballot box. So this was obviously not true. The media attempted to debunk the claims, varying levels of success, but it was widely seen as, you know, a documentary that was released in theaters around the United States, but is full of misinformation, misleading at best, and outright lies at worst. Eventually, the distributors of the film got sued. They got sued for defamation, and they had to pull the film entirely as part of a large legal settlement because it was patently false. And at the end, it was no longer available to watch or stream, but that was 4 years later. And what we saw was, for those who wanted to believe that needed a backup for that conspiracy theory, this became the truth. And we'll talk a little bit about why this happens later, but you know, at the end of the day, this became that bottom of the pyramid that informed a lot of what followed. And what followed around the country was passing laws that really would be referred to as voter suppression laws by their opponents. And the rationalization for these laws was that supposed election fraud. One of them was called SB 202. It's passed in my home state of Georgia, and it had a ton of things in it. It allowed state leaders to replace boards of elections locally. It banned handing out food or water at polling lines. So if someone's standing in line and you handed them water, that was supposedly illegal. It made it illegal for people to donate money to help run local elections. A lot of nonprofits had actually given money to local election boards to help fund polling places and things like that, made that illegal. But one of the little known pieces at the time was something called mass challenges. So this was a pretty ill-defined piece of the law, but it allowed any citizen to challenge the right of any other citizen to vote. So I could go around the room and say, I don't think that they have a right to vote because of where their address isn't where they really live. And you fill out a form, and you send it to the election office, and you can send as many as you want. And they'll send them a notice, and they'll say, your right to vote has been challenged. Your election show up at this notice. So it caused a ton of confusion, and a lot of people did this. And over 100,000 challenges were issued in that first year after this law passed. So if we think about that in context of the electorate in Georgia, 1 out of every 100 people got one of those notices. Now, a lot of election boards threw those out, thankfully, but almost all the people that were challenged were minority voters. And this is one of them, a guy named James Darnell McWhorter. He was an Army veteran. He actually fought in the Gulf War, and he had voted in every election for like the last 40 years. He'd been a barber for 20 years, and his supposed crime was that he used his work address, his barbershop, on his voter registration form. So for a period of time, he had unstable housing, he'd lived a bunch of different places, and he just thought it was easier. I always get my mail at the barbershop, I'll put that on a voter registration form. So a woman he'd never met challenged his right to vote using tools provided by True the Vote and challenged him. He had to show up at a Board of Elections meeting. He actually showed up at that meeting, one of the few people that came in person, and said, hey, I fought for this country. There's no reason that I should not have a right to vote. He explained his case, and his case was upheld. But you can see how what started as sort of this misinformation leads to real impacts on individual people that are really important. So what do you do? And that's one of the questions that folks working in the voting rights space and in my home state have to think about. And I think there's a few things that you want to look at. The first thing that ideally you can do is get in front of it. So I look at fighting misinformation as sort of a multi-pronged approach. So if we think about it, like there's things you can do before it happens and there's things you can do after. At the very beginning, you want to do something called pre-bunking. And according to most social science research, the most effective interventions actually happen before a belief is established, before a false idea spreads. And it's really a preemptive message that helps people sort of recognize and identify manipulative narratives and strategies. So this is one of those things that got studied a lot during the COVID vaccine era. This is a video that was produced a little bit late, in my opinion. It came out about 3 months after the vaccine was announced. But it's a great example of a framework of pre-bunking. And what it does is sort of inoculate people around the tactics of misinformation.
There are people who want to convince you not to take a COVID vaccine.
They'll use tactics to manipulate smart, honest people like you.
To change your beliefs and put you in danger.
When you see something like this about vaccine injury, ask yourself, is it fake?
Scientists admitted that vaccines are killing people.
Does the video have weird colors or scary music?
Don't fall for it. If you see anything like this, pay attention.
Don't be manipulated. Stay safe and get vaccinated.
And what research found was people were actually much less likely to accept anti-vaccine messages after being exposed to this. It had a measurable effect. And you've seen this sort of technique, this pre-bunking technique, get used a lot more. There's a public partnership called Info Interventions. It's Google and a number of different groups, NASC, Demagogue, and JCNC. And they created a series of videos to counter anti-refugees narratives about Ukrainians living in Central and Eastern Europe. So these videos were all made with the idea of how do we try to inoculate people before these claims and false information spread and actually educate them before they go down a rabbit hole.
Wojna w Ukrainie trwa nie tylko w terenie, ale także w twoim telefonie. Żeby wygrać tę wojnę, niektórzy będą próbować cię zastraszyć, przekonując, że uchodźcy są niebezpieczni.
Wszystko okej, Paula? Tak, ja będę się zbierać. A niebezpiecznie sami po nocach chodzić z tymi wszystkimi końcami na ulicach. Co? Ci uchodźcy. Ja właśnie czytałam, że jest coraz więcej ofiar ich napaści, tylko ją źle. Dobra, przecież to jakieś pogłoski. Czytałaś jakiś bzdur. To jest właśnie zastraszenie. A skąd wiesz? Czemu ktoś chciałby mnie oszukiwać? Niektórych jest na rękę nastawiać nas przeciwko Ukraińcom, którzy uciekają przed wojną. Łatwiej jest manipulować kimś, kto się boi.
So when you point out those tactics of manipulation, when you bring people in on that, they're much less likely to be receptive to the message itself. The next thing you need to do is try to reduce the credibility of the organizations and the folks that are making the claims. So when it came to 2,000 Mules, the organization that actually published that was an organization called True the Vote. So immediately when some of these claims came out, this organization has a pretty sketchy backstory in the United States. People started promoting this and saying, hey, this wasn't some grassroots effort. This was an organization that was funded by a small group of people through this right-wing organization to literally spread misinformation. That is their job. And investigate those that are making those claims. And what it turned out is, this group actually had some own issues around tax fraud and misallocations of fund on their own. So as you start looking at it, you say, okay, well, where did this money actually come from? How did these groups start? Where's it coming from? And sort of bring that to the forefront so that people know these aren't credible claims. These claims are made with this express purpose to cause this outcome. And you still have to refute claims. Once you've sort of outlined who is making these claims, why they're making them, and why they're not trustworthy, you do have to refute them. And I know we talked a lot about fact-checking earlier, and that was one of the areas that came up quite a bit. And fact-checking is important. You have to debunk specific claims with a strong factual narrative. But not all fact-checking is the same. We'll talk about that in a minute. But, when you have what people said and then a clear fact check that calls it as false, when you refute the claim itself, it's important. And there is this idea of the Streisand effect, and that by mentioning misinformation, you're giving visibility to it. But the reality is a lot of these things, when they've come to the point where they're getting media attention, there is already broad awareness. And if you ignore them, you lose. It is a constant fight. That fight will never end. Ideally, you can get some institutional support to help make the refutation even more credible. One of the things that happened in Georgia is because Trump tried to convince the head of the state election that runs elections to overturn the election, they didn't get along very well, as you can imagine. And the state actually asked him and said, hey, will you ask the people that produced the movie 2,000 Mules to turn over their evidence? They couldn't. That got a lot of press coverage as well. And it added a little level of credibility to the refutation that I think is important. So if you can get that institutional support to say, come out and officially say, this is false, we've investigated, it's not true, it does make a difference. But not all debunking or fact-checking works or works well. A lot of times it's done wrong. But I think what makes good fact-checking, good debunking effective, there's a few commonalities. The first one is they actually call it false. It's a straightforward statement. It's a straightforward refutation. They point out that something was investigated and that it didn't happen. So in this one, the claim was that basically people in the election center left because of a so-called water leak, and they pulled ballots out from under the table and then stuffed them in an election box, and that's what swung it. So the fact check, false. Surveillance video said this showed this did not happen. Very clear, right? Not all fact checking is that clear and effective. This is another example, actually from the same publication, but just a different article, different writer. The claim was that dead people, below-age people, illegal immigrants, prisoners, and others voted illegally in the election. And that's what swung it. The way they framed this wasn't that it was false. It said, this lacks evidence. And then they actually repeated the claim. Mr. Trump has claimed that tens of thousands of dead people voted in key states. So this is a great example of the Streisand effect. Like, they're not even doing an effective job of disputing the claim. Instead of repeating the claim, they should have mentioned that every state, by law, automatically updates their voter rolls based on death certificates. Like, this isn't something that happens. If you die, you're removed from the rolls. You're no longer registered to vote. And they also could have pointed out, which actually a CNN fact check did point this out, I will give CNN credit, that when they asked the Trump campaign, they could not provide a single name of a deceased person who voted in 2020 in the entire United States. Not a single one. So that's an accurate fact check. That disputes the claim and it replaces it with the truth, and that's important. I think y'all all know who this is. He was probably the most effective major political candidate in dealing with misinformation. When he first came on the scene in 2007, 2008, it was something he had to deal with from the start. And he was also a leading digital innovator at the time. So he understood the power of the web, and his campaign was folks that were sort of early web pioneers, and they really used digital effectively. And one of the things they had to deal with was, how do you debunk false claims about a candidate? From the outset, he was hounded with conspiracy theories. They claimed he was secretly a Muslim, that because his middle name was Hussein, that he actually had a campaign platform for jihad. One of the more famous claims was that his wife, Michelle, was caught on tape, and this tape was hidden, and on it you could hear her calling someone Whitey, which was a slur. But the one that sort of stuck around the most was birtherism, which ironically sort of gave Trump an initial political sort of start. But the most persistent claim he had was this idea of the birth certificate. And this first showed up in 2007, and he knew that he had to do something about this. So during that campaign, to fight back on this deluge of misinformation, they launched an informational portal called Fight the Smears. And it was actually a very effective tool. And one of the things it did was it combated myths around his candidacy, but it did so in a unique or in an important way. So earlier we saw the fact checks in which you just said it's false, right? But one of the things that they did really well was they would replace a false story with a true story. And then they would also make it shareable and make it really easy to share. So this is an example. The smear Barack Obama can't produce his birth certificate. You could click continue reading. You could go in and it would have all the third-party verification, like literally pages and pages of proof and actual PDF of his birth certificate, all those things. But they would show the smear and the truth at the same time. That's underrated and super important. When you have those two together, research shows people are much, much, much less likely to actually believe the smear and to walk away with the fact check having been effective. One note about the spread the truth piece. You know, we talked about the dopamine hits earlier that you get from social media. Those little actions when you can say, prove someone wrong, that's a great dopamine hit. So if you want to build a little virality into something, that's a way to do it. The next example of what I consider a really great fact check is from Australia. So Australia has been one of the hardest countries hit by climate change. They're also, for that reason, one of the leaders in climate change denialism. So there was a well-known politician that after the fire and floods devastated the country a little bit ago, this is what he said. He said, Australia has had fires and floods since the beginning of time. We've had much bigger fires and floods than the ones we've recently experienced. You can hardly say they were the result of global warming. This is a really common claim, right? What the fact checkers did here was actually pointed out the logical error and the reasoning fallacy in what it is, and they did so in an interesting way. They had the fact check, but they included a cartoon. They had their cartoonist created one that said, people died of cancer before cigarettes were invented, so smoking doesn't cause cancer. By pointing out that logical fallacy, by pointing out that reasoning error, it actually made the debunking more effective and helped educate news consumers. Because otherwise, you wouldn't pick up on that. But when you switch it to a less controversial topic, you realize how silly it sounds. They put that lens on it, and it actually worked really well. So how do you effectively refute misinformation? These are three things that I think go beyond just the standard fact check. You can't just call something false, right? If you want to refute misinformation, and this isn't just something for the media, this is for anyone working in campaigns or around organizing in movements, you need to be straightforward with the call out. You need to try to replace that false story with a true one. And where possible, talk about the manipulation technique that's actually in use and translate it in a way that's engaging. The next piece that's important is elevating exemplar stories. So we talked about negative impacts, but those negative impacts will never get covered unless you make them something that the news media is interested in. So do the research, share your findings with reporters covering the topic, aggregate the data, compile it in a way that helps makes them deep dive the story in something that their audience would actually be interested in. So with that mass challenges law, one of the things that was interesting is those 100,000 voter registrations, 6 people were responsible for it. James Daniel McWhorter, the woman that challenged him, lives about 2 miles away from him. She challenged 46,000 people and said they weren't eligible to vote. She would literally pull up their addresses on Google Maps, and if she didn't think it looked like a home, she would challenge them. And that's how it works. And while that number is, important, the story that got the most coverage of all was actually James's story. So while data is great, the best tactic.
Has been investigating a grassroots effort to purge voter.
The best tactic is personifying it, because if you personify it, that single story is the one that's most effective.
And CBS News has been investigating a grassroots effort to purge voter rolls ahead of the 2024 election. People are convinced that the lie that voter fraud is what robbed Donald Trump of the presidency in 2020. Well, a large number of these folks, generally coming from the right, activists is what they are, have been sifting through registration lists and now questioning their fellow citizens' qualifications to exercise the vote. Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett has the story for us. Major, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning, everyone. There is indeed a national effort underway to police voter registration rolls. Now, what looks at first to citizen detectives as something fishy can often be an innocent or technical error. But that doesn't mean the right to vote isn't jeopardized. Consider the case of 55-year-old Gulf War veteran James McWhorter of DeKalb County, Georgia.
Enter this Kroger in suburban Atlanta, make a quick left, and you will find Master Barber James McWhorter holding court. For 20 years, McWhorter used his barbershop as his mailing address. In October, the county sent him an unusual letter. His voter status was being challenged.
I had to put on my glasses just to make sure. As it said what it was saying.
McWhorter was told to respond or risk the cancellation of your voter registration.
Why would someone challenge my right to vote?
The county was not challenging McWhorter's right to vote. A citizen of DeKalb County was. Her name, Gail Lee. She filed this document alleging McWhorter had improperly registered to vote using a commercial address. Lee went.
So those individual stories are what really spread. And that's not easy to do. There's a voting rights organization that I do some work with, and they were actually at that election board meeting where he was challenged. And he came up and gave his talk. And he would have never known how to spread that story. He would have never known what to do after. He just would have showed up, gotten mad, and left. But because there was someone there that's passionate about the topic, they went to him and said, more people need to hear your story. They helped pitch that to the news media, and that became sort of the exemplar story of the outcome and the negative outcomes associated with it. So whenever possible, try to personify it. And then the last tactic is the courts. So when people spread misinformation, it's often defamatory. It defames someone. And you have to encourage those most affected to plead their case in front of court. And the goal is this is going to take a while. The court systems, especially in the United States, are notoriously slow. So after that movie 2000 Mules came out, people immediately started suing the filmmakers. You also saw individuals get sued on behalf of Georgia election workers. You saw Fox News get sued, OAN get sued by companies that made election machines because all those things that they said weren't true. And it had a huge effect. So, Fox News had to pay $787 million for their claims about the election machines. Rudy Giuliani, who was a prominent former mayor of New York, a big Trump supporter at the time, he got a judgment against him for $148 million by 2 Georgia election workers that he claimed committed fraud. And we don't know the exact number that 2,000 Mules had to settle for, but the publisher did pull the film entirely, settled for at least 7 figures, and then actually had to do a published written apology in multiple news sources that said, this guy wasn't someone going around harvesting ballots and stuffing ballot boxes. He was merely putting in his family's votes, which he's completely allowed to do. He's putting in his ballot, his wife's ballot, and his kid's ballot. This wasn't some nefarious plot to steal the election. Now, the challenge is all this took place like 3 to 4 years after the misinformation was spread. But there is this hope that maybe if you make it really expensive, this stuff will happen less often. So you can't stop misinformation, but I do strongly believe there's tactics you can use to mitigate and you can fight back. So now I wanted to open a discussion and then we'll go to coffee break and we'll come back after that. So thoughts, questions, concerns, or does everybody just want coffee? Yeah. Yeah. It does appear that it was a passion project for her. And she was literally going on Google Maps and doing this. That being said, True the Vote provides a tool that flags anyone that they think might be suspected. So True the Vote had an app you can download. It's still out there, actually. It's been updated a little bit. But it allows you to look around in your county, and it gives you a list. And they basically encourage people to issue these challenge, and it's almost a leaderboard. So she was an extreme case, but,
So they gamified it.
They gamified mass challenges.
That seems absolutely insane.
It is insane. It is very insane. Well, what's interesting, actually, is because election boards were getting so inundated with these things and so tired of them, they're now trying to issue, statewide guidance and figure out, can we just toss these all out at once instead of doing hearings for all of them? And if someone has, a lot of local election boards are basically saying, sort of switching it around, we won't take it away unless, someone presents actual evidence. So the number of people in major metro areas that have been affected is pretty minor. Smaller election boards, it's tough to know.
Also, with the refute claims, that's really interesting, something we do a lot. And as I think you kind of alluded to, not all claim refutation is equal, right? So there's like a hierarchy of the people or the person refuting it is going to have more weight. And we find, and maybe you have seen the same, that community refutation is almost the most powerful one. Because, if we do live in a post-fact society, and people not trusting scientists about climate change, actually seeing people within the community, community activated stuff seems to work much, much more, particularly on Twitter. Is that something that you've seen?
No, I think peer-to-peer, there is a strong role for peer-to-peer, one-to-one communication in organizing, in politics. And I think things like this are a key area where it can be effective. Preempting those messages, preempting those falsehoods early, actually refuting them in a way that's relatable and tied into the worldview of the community in which you live is really important. Because there's, at this point, there is a large population in the United States that does not trust the press. They do not trust doctors. There's a low trust contingent. And the only way to break through is to sort of match their worldview and find someone they trust to speak.
Thanks. First of all, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. How we can tackle misinformation, disinformation, and all this type of leading to false information when some people are using artificial intelligence?
So, I mean, I think my view on artificial intelligence is that it's going to have an impact, but it's largely going to have an impact in workflows. Artificial intelligence is really good at some tasks. And I think you're going to see more content get produced. I don't think the quality of that content is necessarily going to be high, but there will be lots of it. I think now is the time at which we have to look as a society and say, how do we sort of pre-bunk and educate the public on how to spot things that may be AI generated? I think as we look at it, the topic of AI has garnered so much interest. But if you actually talk to people that work within a specific field, do they use it? And whether you're talking about people working in creative production, they'll say they use it in their workflow, but it's not replacing their jobs. Writers may use it for a small portion of their work, but it's not replacing them. And I think, just like the spreadsheet didn't get rid of accountants, when spreadsheets were first launched, one of the early claims was, there's not going to be any more accountants. All of a sudden, the ability to be productive as accounting went way up, and the complexity of it went way up. So there was more accountants. I think AI is going to do similar to a lot of knowledge and creative work, in which it's going to change production workflows that actually increase productivity, but then that actually ends up generating more overall. So from that perspective, I think AI will have a broad role in society, but its impact's going to be more limited than I think people think it is right now.
Okay, thank you.
You can do pretty good fakes with Photoshop.
We're speaking about videos.
I would like to know about your view on the social media. Sometimes they will flag if the information is probably not, perhaps not really right.
Yeah.
What do you think about this? Whether this is kind of effective way to tackle misinformation? Thank you.
I was having a talk with a gentleman earlier, and we were talking about the social media platforms and digital platforms themselves. And in many ways, people that are profit motivated within this space are actually better actors than a lot of times the candidates and parties themselves. A lot of the platforms have put time and effort into saying, okay, we're going to do informational interventions. We're going to try and add even, claims to the content itself to try to mitigate the spread of false information. I mean, the fact that even Twitter has community notes now that try to correct the record, I think is notable. So I think it's less of a Wild West than it used to be. That being said, the approach to content moderation and the approach to content intervention or trying to prevent things at the point of spread is very different across platforms. I mean, Google has a group Jigsaw that's worked on a lot of this and done some nice research. From what I've heard, TikTok's been very reactive in the UK elections. Meta, not so much. But in general, I think the platforms are being responsive. And the best way to get them to be responsive, in my opinion, is actually threaten oversight. So I think one of the reasons that TikTok is a good behavior is because there's so much pressure on them in the US that they may potentially get banned, that they're trying to be extra careful. And they want to be seen as sort of they don't want to be seen as a cesspool of disinformation. That being said, there's still huge issues when it comes to, how algorithms lead people into certain content and acts as on-ramps to I think that's really the biggest opportunity now is how do you prevent someone watching a video about sunscreen or what they call trad wives or something, all of a sudden leading into election conspiracies, because that's where it ends up if you start scrolling that stuff. So how do you prevent the algorithm from funneling you into this sort of extreme content and creating on-ramps to what's really deep conspiracy theories. Yeah, I should have. I should have done some TradWife slides. There's actually a great chart where someone went through and started with TradWife content, and they measured the For You page for both Instagram and TikTok, and it showed how quickly you ended up into some weird conspiracy theories. So they were joking that that's the on-ramp to extremism.
I would have another question. So you shared some advices about fighting misinformation, yeah? Those rules and so on. Did you notice some generational shifts or differences in the process of fighting misinformation? Because right now we have kind of a few generations and they have their own features and differences and so on and so forth.
Yes. I think this is actually one of the areas where the AI comment plays in a little bit. In the US we refer to the older generation often as boomers. And the joke about boomers is that now they just share AI-generated images with each other on Facebook. So they post these images that are clearly false. It's like a truck made of American flags, or like a puppy making muffins for a kid. And they're like, this is so great, why can't we share more of this? And it's like, do you not realize, like, that puppy has like 8 thumbs, like, why are you sharing this? There's a level of sophistication that certain people don't have because they're not familiar with technology. And I think that's just how it is. And you're going to see those sort of differences in sophistication and ability among generations. But I also think that allows for you to do targeted interventions. Like, that audience is really cheap to reach on Facebook. If I was Meta, I would do a whole campaign around how to spot AI images and encouraging old people not to share them. So if anyone from Meta is watching, you should do it. Make Facebook better. Yeah, they're always watching. Yeah.
So eventually we need to have a few playbooks, yeah, for different generations.
Yeah. I mean, I think in general, when you're talking about messaging or when you're talking about a campaign, one of the biggest mistakes people make is thinking that a campaign can truly be aimed at the general public. There is no such thing as the general public. There is merely an audience that may be willing to engage on a topic at a particular place and time. So instead of saying, hey, we're going to reach everybody, how do you narrow that down? How do you say, we're going to reach boomers who love Facebook? Like, that's easy to reach. You can talk to them in a language. You can find a washed-up celebrity to do that and, like, reach out to them. And all of a sudden it's, hey, the ghost of Jimmy Buffett is telling them not to share fake AI stuff. They love it, But if you keep it broad, it becomes much harder. So the more that you have that specific person in mind you're trying to change their opinion of on the other side, the more effective it's going to be. So 100%. If you can target your messaging, if you can target your approach to almost an individual level when you're thinking about it, that's key.
Thank you. We talked about litigation, and earlier in the morning we also discussed this Streisand effect. So when it comes to choosing the cases which we are taking to the court, what's the strategy, except from the coverage, of course, to look for how many people saw it, etc. What are other criteria? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at where this sort of flows into the before and the after, right? Like, litigation is something that's happened after misinformation is widely spread. Because the reality is there are no damages if no one saw it. So as you look at it, when you try to look at something like defamation as a tactic, it has to be something that was widely spread for it to be painful and for it to work. If it's something small that no one knows about, it doesn't really make a difference. So I think, with that, you want to avoid elevating something that maybe would have gotten ignored. But even then, I think looking at it and saying, okay, what are these emerging sort of spots of misinformation, and how can you debunk them but replace them with a truth, and then sort of point out what the manipulation technique that led people to believe something that was untrue to begin with, that's your best bet. Like, that's really the way to go. And I would rather debunk it early in a prominent way and do it right than just ignore it. Yeah.
Because I already knew.
Yeah.
I already knew that wasn't right. So that's one of the things I really like about the pre-bunking. But I think your question is the right one, and speaks to what Adam's talking about and what I was mentioning with the WhatsApp groups. Is it's they're back row knew about trad wives, and trad wives is really. Do you know trad wives? So in the U.S. there's this, and maybe other places too. It's this. Hey, feminism wasn't really that great. You know what is great? Being a traditional wife. And what do? I stay at home and I bake, and it's great. But most of the traditional wives are actually just very wealthy. And so they can live a great life no matter what. But what Adam was mentioning is that this is definitely a gateway. You start out liking a bunch of cute baking videos of very beautiful very beautiful women with beautiful families.
Yeah, literally hand making complex cereal. I don't buy Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I make it at home. And this is my 40-step process.
And then suddenly you're sort of in a very intense information ecosystem. And so I think that speaks to the challenge when there's so many niche communities. So we might be seeing trad wives, you might not, but then 2 years from now, trad wives, you know what I mean? And you might be seeing stuff that I'm not seeing. So the pre-bunking, I think, is nice because it's you're not necessarily amplifying it, but you're being wink, wink, look out for those trad wives, and you're and then people can feel kind of smart.
Yeah. Sorry, can I just continue the trad wife thing? So I guess the question to you two, because you two talking about it loads. Do you think the trad wife movement would have happened without Andrew Tate?
Oh, it's a good question.
Because when you look at Andrew Tate, that predated it by about 18 months, right? 2 years. And I think there's an argument that the trad wife thing has been in response to the rise of toxic masculinity. Because I've looked at the Andrew Tate audience online and segmented it quite deeply, and I say more than 50% of his followers are women, or from female accounts.
I mean, maybe this is a conversation for drinks. I don't know, but I think there's a lot of gender anxiety. There's a lot in the U.S. There's for sure a lot of gender anxiety. Women are over-enrolled in universities. We out enroll men in both universities, law school, med school. 50% of households, women make more than men. And not everybody's real happy with all of those changes, women or men. And so I think there's a lot of anxiety that bubbles up in different ways. That's my take, but.
Masculinity thing of talking about women like they're objects and possessions.
I think
seems to be the trad wife thing seems to be maybe a delayed response to those.
Yeah, I think the thing
men.
they have in common is a feeling of alienation.
Yeah.
So one of the things that's happened over the and it's really, I would say, the generation just a bit younger than me, the millennial audience specifically, and some of Gen Z. But one of the things that's happened is a lot of things that were high status and previously seen as attainable are essentially out of reach. So there's a ton more high school kids now than there were in 1980, but the number of spots at Harvard stayed the same. So it used to be if you were perfect SAT score, highest GPA, you could get into any college you wanted. Now, there's 100,000 people like that. So all these, there's this overwhelming sort of status anxiety that exists at the very high level, which has fled down to sort of the feeling of isolation and alienation that's caused by lack of community at a very local level and over-reliance on devices and sort of social media instead of real life interaction. And I think all those things have sort of created this soup that allows trad wives, that allows Andrew Tates, that allows these people that are looking for meaning and trying to reject what is out there in a way that is different and gives them sort of an identity and a voice, and almost counterculture. But it's counterculture in a very different way than counterculture's worked in the past.
I wanted to add one thing regarding refuting claims, because I believe that the biggest problem is also sharing this message we want to refute. And in our case, we wanted, and a lot of Polish NGOs wanted to show how economic political platform of far right is absurd. Yeah, even their leader, because he was drinking a lot of alcohol during his rallies. So he drank, admitted that they not calculated this program. He doesn't know what will be the result of cutting all tax apart from one, everything. But when we tested this ad on various groups, the result was that the only thing people remembered after that was that the far right want to cancel a lot of taxes. And even these messages and his speeches, which were really open, yeah, that he doesn't know, he's not so interested in the result of eliminating these taxes. Still, the result of this ad would be to increase the support for far right in every age group, which was seeing this message. So that's why I'm very cautious with sharing original message during debunking it even. And that's why even with this Polish ad regarding Ukrainian refugees, I would be a bit more cautious because, it still gives this effect that maybe it's dangerous.
Yeah, and I think that's where message testing is important. And you can actually measure these things. So you could do a control and then do follow-ups and see do their views change. In this case, with those ads, they did some testing. I think that ad was viewed by 7 million people. And what they found is in follow-ups is that compared to the control group, those people were 25% less likely to agree with statements that Ukrainians were causing crime. So, I mean, it's worth testing because like we were talking, not all messaging is the same. Not all debunking is the same. And some of it's worse. So you do have to, there's an art to it.
I have two questions. The first one, prevent or fighting? So we are discussing how to fight. Isn't easier to prevent, for example? And what is your stand on it?
I don't think it's possible to prevent. I think you can mitigate, but I think human nature has always had relationships with falsehoods. And I'm actually going to talk a little bit after we do coffee after this, talk about why facts are not enough. But I think it's interesting to go way back in history. So I'm going to go back to the 1500s and talk about misinformation in the 1500s. It's not just platforms. This is human nature. And it's built into the mechanics of how we think. It's built into our biases. And you can cut it off. You can't cut it off, in my opinion. But you have to fight it. And you try to interrupt it early where you can. And when it does spread, sometimes it's going to go all the way and pass a law. And at that point, you just do the best you can to refute it and say that this is the negative outcome and we need to change the law. So it's always a fight.
Yeah, and based on this, so you mentioned that it's always a fight, it's quite difficult to prevent, and especially about human nature and so on and so forth. So my question would be about the role of the state, for example. Is it so prevent it's not possible, but is it possible to minimize? And do you know some successful cases of minimization?
I think the role of the state at large, my view of government, is how do you incentivize things you want, and how do you disincentivize things you don't want. So I think there are ways that you can create incentives that lend platforms to behave better. I think there's ways you can disincentivize and punish people that spread disinformation and cause harm on other people. And I think that's sort of how it has to work. And you have to look at what's the lever. Because the state can mean very different things depending at the level of government. It can mean very different things depending on the country itself. So, I believe it was the activist in India who was talking about she would be very uncomfortable with Modi having the ability to censor information. And a lot of times you only like that power when you have it. You don't like that power when other people have it. So there's this great social science test, and it was called the veil of ignorance. And the idea of the veil of ignorance is that if you didn't know where you were going to be born into, what position in society you would have, would you still support a policy? And I think when you think of governments in power, you have to sort of look at it the same way and say, if I didn't know who was in power, would I trust them with it? Because often it's not always the person who you think could deserve it.
Another question would be, so there is a playbook for fighting misinformation, yeah? Did you think on, is it possible to radicalize it, and how to avoid radicalization of fighting misinformation?
I mean, I think radicalization is probably a whole other talk, but I think what you have to look at is who are the vulnerable groups, what are the on-ramps, and then what are the ways that you can intervene. And I think if you look at sort of successful uses of this tactic, there has been some success in the digital side, but there's also interventions that you can take in the real world, right? A lot of times people get involved in this content because they're looking for meaning and they're bored. How do you solve that? Because if you solve that, a lot of times you solve the radicalization piece. If someone's unemployed, they're young, they're frustrated, they're alienated, they don't have friends, they don't feel like they're important, they don't feel like their life has meaning or a sense of agency, they're easy to recruit, right? They're easy to radicalize. So how do you minimize those things if you want the other outcome? Like, what's the root cause? Go 5 whys deep, and try to solve for that. But none of this stuff's easy. If it was easy, it would be solved by now. All right, last question before coffee break. No more questions. All right, well, thank you all so much for the time. We'll do a coffee break, and then we'll come back, and we'll do part 2. And you're probably thinking, what the heck, potatoes? But I think the potatoes are sort of a great example of the challenges of misinformation, the way that people think, the way that behaviors change, and the limits of facts, and really a fascinating story about how a pharmacist persuaded an entire country that a certain food was worth eating. And I think the techniques that he used to market the potato to French men and women are still applicable today. So let's go back. 1536, Spanish conquistadors, they conquered Peru. There they discovered the potato. They carried it back to Europe. Potatoes spread to coastal Spain and to Ireland, but not to France. Before the end of the 16th century, you had these Basque sailors, they started growing them in northern Spain. Sir Walter Raleigh famously introduced them to Ireland in 1589, planted 40,000 acres near Cork. But France was a holdout. They were not eager. They were actually very resistant originally. So even though the potato is a really great food source, you can actually eat 5 potatoes a day and drink a little water and need nothing else to survive. The French didn't take up the potato. They resisted it originally. It took nearly 200 years from the original introduction of the potato in Spain for it to be accepted into France. So this is ironic. You have this country full of food lovers who has some of the most famous dishes for potatoes in the world right now, who had a lot of famines due to rye and wheat failure. And you would think they would be eager to adopt it. Yet instead, they only fed it to their pigs. So why? Why did it take so long? And the first reason is that when the French first saw potatoes, they thought it was strange. The leaves of the plant are actually poisonous. It's in the same family as nightshade. So this idea of the potato as something that's bad for you and not something you want to eat wasn't hard to cement in the mind of the general public. At the core, it's almost human nature. People are afraid of the unfamiliar. And there's actually a term for that. It's called disfluency. So the roots of disfluency aren't actually related to the thing itself, but it's instead due to the fact that people don't like to think about unfamiliar things. So when something requires difficult thinking to understand, people actually transfer the discomfort of the thought to the object of their thinking. There's this funny experiment. How many people here are married or have a boyfriend, girlfriend, partner? All right. So there's this funny experiment where you get asked to list the specific number of reasons that you love the person, right? Your partner. And then you rate your spouse. So if I ask you to list 3 reasons, you rate your spouse higher than if I ask you to list 25. Because you get so frustrated trying to come up with 25 reasons that you actually rate your partner or your spouse around 30% lower. Because you had to think so hard to come up with this list of reasons. Now you would think you're listing more reasons you love them, that would be a good thing, right? But because of the psychological discomfort of having to think so hard about it, you actually rate them lower. So the harder you have to think about something, the more likely you are to dislike the thing you're thinking about. And this is why plain language is so important in communications. You're much more likely to be receptive when it's easy to understand and it feels fluent. So that was the way that, the unfamiliar potato became not just new, but sort of evil and dangerous. Some of the core authorities at the time were also skeptical, so these were people in power. This is from an 18th century church minister. He said, if God had intended the potato as a food for man, it would have been mentioned in the Bible. Since it was not in the Bible, no one should eat it. So it wasn't just him. It was this opposition was so strong, they actually had laws passed against the potato. One that's famous is called the Besançon Potato Edict. In view of the fact that potato is a pernicious substance whose use can cause leprosy, it is hereby forbidden under pain of fine to cultivate it. So they actually made it illegal. This is a town that had a famine that outlawed the potato, right? Growing it became illegal just due to that fear of the unknown. And this isn't just some ancient phenomenon due to uneducated people. It's true today. I think a writer named Derek Thompson, he put this really well. He said, most people lead lives of quiet fluency. They listen to music that sounds like the music they've already heard. They look forward to movies with characters, actors, and plots they recognize. They don't heed political ideas from opposing parties, particularly if those ideas also seem painfully complicated. So what does that mean? That means if we want to be effective communicators, we have to be able to translate disfluent ideas into fluid ones. That's why simplicity matters so much. The more complicated the idea, the more resistant we are to the underlying message. And this leads to a lot of challenges, right? First impressions are incredibly resilient. Like once you have that impression, it's much harder to change it than it is to make the impression in the first place. And we talked about debunking and things earlier. But I think as a culture, we're often taught to use facts and rational arguments to accomplish a goal. And it's important. We have to do that stuff. But we have to acknowledge that people are completely irrational. If you go to Wikipedia, you look up human biases, hundreds of them. We've talked about probably 10 today. And rational fact-based arguments aren't enough to change behavior or perception all the time. This is what we think happens, right, when we're having a conversation. We think we speak, the other person listens and considers. Based on the merits of the argument, each person decides what is most accurate and correct. But that's not really what happens. If that was what happens, we wouldn't have to talk about misinformation. What really happens is we filter everything we hear through a filter that says, does this confirm my existing beliefs? If it aligns with our existing beliefs, if what we're hearing we agree with, we nod our head in agreement. And we actually experience a little bit of a dopamine rush. We get that rush of dopamine when processing information that supports our beliefs. And you get that genuine pleasure. And that's what makes it so nice to live within an information bubble. That's why people seek it out. But if what we're hearing challenges those beliefs, we're much less likely to accept the evidence. The more evidence we gather, the more hardened our beliefs become. Especially if it involves tribal belief systems like politics, religion, sports, anything that relates to what you see as your core identity. Jonathan Haidt put it this really well, I think. He said that the reasoning process is more like a lawyer defending a client than a judge or a scientist seeking truth. And I think it's a good one. People listening, seeking to confirm their beliefs, not to change them. So, how do we make our ideas more fluent and more likely to be accepted by irrational people? We know that facts alone aren't enough. So let's go back to the potato. This is Antoine Augustin Parmentier, the pharmacist who convinced France that potatoes were worth eating. And he has an interesting story. So he was a pharmacist. He was served in the army during the 7 Years' War. He was captured not once, but 5 times during a 7-year war. So not a great soldier, probably a better pharmacist. But while imprisoned during these 5 times, he actually ate nothing but potatoes. And he was shocked because in his mind, potatoes weren't healthy. But what he realized was he actually stayed healthy and in good health. And this idea that, hey, this leprosy-causing pig food could keep him well-fed made him devote his entire life to making sure that people realized the potato was good for you. He thought he could end hunger in France if people embraced the potato. So while he was a very poor soldier, he became a great marketer. But it took a while for him to learn what worked. The first thing he did was in 1773, he published a fact-filled pamphlet called The Chemical Examination of Potatoes, 148 pages, discussed his experiences and his experiments with the vegetable. Very detailed experiments that he did on potatoes. This did not sell well. There were not a lot of copies printed. And it's this idea that while he had facts on his side, facts alone were not enough. So he began to approach it from a very different angle. He not only needed to change the fact base that people were working from, but he needed to find a way to shift perceptions in a way that led to changes in behavior. So the first thing he did was get an authority figure on board. 18th century France, that meant King Louis XVI. So he persuaded the king to lift the ban on potatoes, and he also asked him to give him 100 acres of royal land on which to plant the potatoes. And this was important because authority creates trust. We have this tendency to believe that if an authority figure says something, it's true. If a police officer walks up to you and tells you that you have to leave an area, you do it. You rarely ask questions. Experiments have shown that if someone walks up to you in a doctor's jacket, you're more likely to listen to what they say because you view doctors as trustworthy. So we follow people who have positions of power, who have status and authority. The second thing he did was create social proof. So he began hosting these fancy dinners. He would invite famous celebrities at the time from other less potato-skeptical countries. And each dinner would have the potato as its central ingredient. So guests at the time included people like Benjamin Franklin, Antoine Lavoisier. And his idea was sort of something that someone touched on earlier. If you're rich and you're famous and you like potatoes, then I bet I would too. We mimic the behavior of those we admire. Social proof creates desirability. Celebrity endorsements are powerful for that reason. It's also why we think a bar with a lion out front is worth going to. A few years ago, my wife and I were in Rio in Brazil, and we went to this bar in a part of town called Lapa. It was called Rio Scenarium, and it's a great samba club in this old antique mansion. But we showed up early because I'm in my 40s and we have kids. And I'm shocked. I'm like, this is 9 o'clock and there's a line out front? So we wait in line. I'm like, this place must be amazing. We go in and we're literally like, this line was carefully managed. They knew that if you kept a line of like 20 people outside at all times, that was the way to actually get people to go in. It was the entire night I would go out there and look. It's like the perfect length every time. Just long enough to look like you really wanted to go in, but you knew it wouldn't take too long. They managed that line carefully. And that's because social proof creates that level of desirability. He also had another interesting technique, which ties into a few different aspects of persuasion. To help spread the word, he handed out these decorative potato flowers to influential women throughout France. So he encouraged them to put the flowers in their hair. The Queen of France, Marie Antoinette, often pinned flowers in her curls, potato flowers. And it tapped into sort of two different things. One was reciprocity. So the fact that he gifted them something, even though it was small as a potato flour, meant they were more likely to listen to him. When someone gives them something, we generally want to repay them in kind. If you've ever seen the Hare Krishna, they hand you a flower and you accept, you're more likely to listen to them if you take it from them. That's one of the reasons they want to give a gift, is it's a way to engage. But the more important piece was its observability. If you've ever wondered why fashion changes so quickly, fashion fads are highly visible, they're highly observable, and there's low switching cost. So they can rotate through trends very, very quickly. And those potato flours accomplish a similar task. I mean, you could see conversations happen all over Paris. What is that flower? Oh, it's a potato flower. It's a potato blossom, and then all of a sudden it starts talking about, did you hear the U.S. ambassador was invited to a dinner where all they served is potatoes? And a conversation goes from there. It's that observable point of a trigger to get a conversation going that helps that idea spread. And then lastly, this is my favorite part of the story, he created a false scarcity. So he put king's guards around the potato patch to create desire. And since we place more value on things that are difficult or rare, it meant that people thought it was important because it was being guarded. And the myth is the instructions to the guards were, protect these potatoes like they are the most visible thing in the world, but accept any and all bribes, and at night feel free to take breaks. So protect them, always be there, but make sure people can steal them, essentially. And that idea of scarcity creating value is well known. We think of price as something that derives from value. But price is something we perceive, not a reflection of value. It's a signaling mechanism. So if something is more expensive, we assume it's better. And the same holds for scarcity. For those people that like cars, this is a Ferrari 350 GT. And I think one of these sold at auction recently for like $50 million. The reason it sold for $50 million is they only made 10. The reason they only made 10 was they never actually sold one when it was new. They were so unpopular when it was new, they had so many issues with them, manufacturing issues mainly, that they never actually were able to sell them at a profit. They had to sell them at a huge, deep discount. But because it is rare, also happens to be beautiful, it's now one of the most valuable cars in the world. So as we think about this idea of, moving beyond just fighting misinformation, but actually changing behavior, changing perceptions, and leading to different outcomes, I think the techniques that were used even back then are still really powerful today. And as you think about your campaigns for tomorrow, as you work on your ideation, think about this recipe for influence. Think about authority, the fact we are more likely to believe those in charge. Think about social proof. We mimic the behavior of those we admire. Think about reciprocity. When given something, we try to repay in kind. Think about observability. Ideas spread faster when they're easily seen. And think about scarcity. Something that is hard to get is perceived as more valuable. So keep all those things in mind and see how they might affect the work that you do. Because it really can, when done right, change the world. There was some research done by a guy from Yale, and what he found was approximately 22% of the population growth during this period of time after the potato's introduction was directly attributed to its use. The fact that the French started eating potatoes actually led to the growth of their economy in an incredible way. It increased the nutritional capacity of farmland that resulted from it. And it literally changed the course of the country. And thanks to his efforts, we added a new word to the French language and also in English. If something's parmentier, it's cooked or served with potatoes. So, probably didn't think you'd hear about potatoes today. Yeah. Thank you all. All right. Any questions? I have some recipe booklets. Oh, yeah. To watch the growth of food and how food spreads is fascinating. Like 20 years ago, you never heard someone talk about avocado toast. And then you started to see it bubble up. And now it's like on, a Holiday Inn breakfast menu or something. It's everywhere. Oh, you're welcome. I'm so glad to hear that. I think one of the things, and when people ask me about AI and those sorts of things, I think it's always interesting to think about what's new. But I think there's a lens at which you look through the world and you say, it's important to think about what's changed, but it's also important to think about what hasn't. Because those things that haven't changed are often the ones that still matter, and those techniques are what carry through and are still effective. Like the bread and butter things you have to do right or you'll never be successful.
So I wanted to say that those principles are not, let's say, they're used not only in marketing. For example, the biggest use of them is in product design right now, especially in user experience design. When those principles used to guide user attention and get, for example, in e-commerce, get user to buy something, or in other products, get user to
100%.
Special action in the application or on the website, which is not.
Yeah, there's more limited editions than ever before, and that's because of this idea, right? False security. Be one of 500 to own this thing.
Who read, who buy, who check, who sign, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and I know, during my career, I told this many times that those UX principles, which are in product design, can be inherited to many other areas. For example, in politics as well. And sometimes they're inherited, but unfortunately those examples not really well ones, because in the majority of cases they're inherited by right populists and so on and so forth, who use one of those in order to either create their group or collect their group or create some idea which will be spread with use of those. And from my perspective, if governments or intergovernmental organizations like European Union, for example, and so on, will inherit those and will hire user experience designers in their campaigns, then they will have, as a result, not only nice visuals, which they are like printing and publishing everywhere, and then nobody knows what is use your vote, but they will really deliver a message to people and get some actions.
Yeah, I think the challenge, and I think I often say, the way that you need to think about it is design is the act of making something not as it is, but as it should be, right? And we're all designers, but a few of us do it full time. So if you really look at what the word design are, it means like the root of the word design is to trace and make a thing. And we all do that. We all outline a plan and we want to create something. So I think those principles are true. I think the challenge that most people run into, especially in NGOs and nonprofits, is they value complexity. And they're hesitant to be simple. And there is so much concern that it may not be 100% factually on the money in all scenes, and they want to caveat and they want to add make sure that nothing can be poked about this whole thing, that it loses power. And I think the challenge for anyone that's making a decision around a campaign or messaging is not to say, how could I make this different? But to say, how could I make this more simple? And how could I make this more effective? So I think that's the lens that you want to bring to it. And I 100% agree. I think that's a lot of times a lens that people that are in a design field, non-user-centered design or human-centered design often bring. People that are in advertising often bring it. An ad is the most simple expression of a unique selling proposition that exists in the most engaging way. But I think a lot of times if you're deep in technical work, you can only see the complexity. And it's really hard to step back and say, how do I translate this into a simple idea? So I think that's where the work lies.
Marketers tell stories.
Oh yeah.
His initial title.
Marketers lie.
Marketers are liars.
Yeah, marketers are liars. Yeah.
Well, there is a very fine line.
Yeah.
All these tools can be used for good and for bad. What is good, what is bad. So intentions matter, but who are the bad guys?
ways that I personally look at it. When someone asks me to work on a project or a campaign, my personal lens, my value lens or judgment that I do is, would the world be better off if I did this? Or would it be worse off? And if it's a clear answer, if it says the world would be better off, it's an emphatic yes. I will try to find a way to make that happen. I will do whatever I can to make it yes. If I think the world would be worse off, no. Because you have to apply a judgment. And that judgment's going to be very different to every individual. And that worldview is not going to be consistent. You know, if we went around this room and said, what's the thing that's valuable to you? What's your most valuable belief? Or what's the thing that defines your identity? Everyone here is going to have a slightly different view. There may be commonalities, but some people may say, my faith and my religion is the most important thing. Some people may say, the money that I'm putting aside to buy a house so we can raise our kids is the most important thing. So the only thing I care about now is my income. And some people may say, I have a trust fund, screw income. I just want to be around amazing people doing great and meaningful work. So those value systems are going to differ for every single individual. But I think that the trick is the work that you do on a daily basis. When you close your laptop, the thing that you leave on your desk, if you were to pass away that night, would you be proud that the people that are still left saw it? And if that's the case, I think you're doing okay.
I would go maybe behind it, because this is as well still bound to a person and personal views and beliefs. And there are such things like values, for example. And those values can be global, and they can be something which unites many people in one country, region, city, or company, or whatever. And then people with higher authority, they need to create those values. Otherwise, they may be created automatically and so on. It will take more time, and nobody knows the direction. But still, for example, on governmental level, or on a company level, or on a personal level, those can be used for anything. And the only input, the only way to measure is this input, if it's good or bad, is to compare it with values. And those values should be always bigger than you.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the personal level, yes. I also think, you know, it's sort of in Judaism, there's this idea of mitzvah. The action itself is what matters, right? And if the impact of something is negative, even if the intent is good, it probably wasn't a good thing. And I agree, but I think like anything, there's a little bit of a gray edge around it. You know, personally, when it comes to my agency, we've always called ourselves a human-centered agency. And we don't mean from design methodology. What we mean is we want to design a company where we treat everyone as we would want to be treated. Clients, vendors, employees, and all our decisions are informed by that. And that's helped us create a competitive advantage to do that. But it's also one of those things where some people aren't going to be a fit with that culture. It's not aligned with their value system. So you have to find what fits, and you go with it from there. It's going to be different for everyone. Got deeply philosophical for a moment. Any other questions? Everybody ready for the day to end? We've talked a lot. Yeah, thanks for the 2 sessions, Mariana. I appreciate it.